Welcome to VideoBooks YouTube channel. We are explaining book summaries to add value and save the valuable time of your precious life. Before we start, make sure to subscribe to our channel for long book summaries with complete information from the book. The Goal by Elle Kennedy introduces us to the final member of the Briar University Hockey House, John Tucker, a Southern gentleman known for his steady nature, culinary skills, and quiet demeanor compared to his louder roommates. Unlike his friends who chase the spotlight, Tucker is content being the ultimate team player, both on and off the ice. However, his life takes a dramatic and completely unexpected turn when his path crosses with Sabrina James. Sabrina is a fiercely independent, hyper-focused college senior with a detailed map for her future. Her absolute priority is to graduate at the top of her class, get accepted into Harvard Law School, and secure a high-paying job at a cutthroat firm so she can permanently escape the cycle of poverty and the toxic home environment she grew up in. Sabrina has no room in her life for distractions, relationships, or handsome hockey players who look at her like she is the center of the universe. She believes that relying on anyone else is a vulnerability she cannot afford, having spent her entire life learning that people will inevitably let her down. When she meets Tucker, she expects nothing more than a single night of casual heat to relieve the immense stress of her academic schedule. Tucker, on the other hand, is a romantic at heart who believes in deep connections and instantly senses that there is something incredibly special hidden behind Sabrina's icy, defensive exterior. This introduction sets up a complex collision between two entirely different worldviews. On one side is a young woman who uses ambition as armor, fiercely guarding her heart because she views emotional vulnerability as a threat to her survival. On the other side is a man who leads with empathy, patience, and protective instinct that refuses to be pushed away by her sharp edges. When a single night of passion results in an unplanned pregnancy, their carefully constructed worlds are completely shattered. The narrative positions itself to explore the heavy realities of young adulthood, the terrifying prospect of sudden parenthood at 22, and the difficult process of dismantling personal defenses to let someone else in. It establishes that while individual goals are important, the most meaningful achievements in life often require a true partnership and the willingness to accept and assist from the person who loves you most. Chapter 1 opens from Sabrina James's perspective, immediately immersing us in her chaotic, high-stress daily routine. She is juggling a heavy course load at Briar University, studying relentlessly for the law school admission test, and working late shifts as a bartender at a local dive bar just to pay her tuition and rent. Sabrina is exhausted down to her bones, but her absolute focus keeps her moving forward. She refuses to allow herself any weakness because her ultimate goal is to get into Harvard Law School and escape the bleak, low-income life she shares with her deadbeat stepfather and her grandmother. For Sabrina, romance is a luxury she cannot afford, and she views emotional attachments as dangerous distractions that could derail her entire future. The atmosphere shifts when Sabrina is working her shift at the bar and notices John Tucker sitting with his hockey teammates. While his friends are loud and drawing attention to themselves, Tucker stands out to her because of his calm, steady presence and his striking good looks. Tucker is a Southern gentleman with a polite demeanor that instantly catches her off guard, especially since she is used to dealing with aggressive, entitled college guys. There is an immediate, palpable tension between them when Tucker orders a drink and strikes up a conversation. Sabrina tries to maintain her usual icy, professional exterior, but Tucker's easy charm and genuine, attentive gaze begin to chip away at her defenses. The primary conflict of the chapter introduces the internal battle Sabrina faces between her strict self-discipline and her sudden, intense physical attraction to Tucker. Tucker makes it clear that he is highly interested in her, looking at her with an intensity that makes her heart race. Sabrina is not looking for a boyfriend, but the sheer weight of her stressful life makes the idea of a mindless, passionate distraction incredibly appealing. When her shift finally ends, she finds Tucker waiting for her outside in the crisp night air, proving that he is not easily deterred by her sharp attitude. The chapter reaches its peak when Sabrina decides to throw her own rules out the window for just one night. The chemistry between them explodes as they head back to his place, leading to a deeply passionate and intense encounter. Tucker is incredibly attentive, treating her with a level of care and desire that she has never experienced before. It is a raw, liberating release for Sabrina, allowing her to forget about her textbooks, her finances, and her heavy responsibilities for a few hours. The chapter concludes the next morning with Sabrina quietly slipping out of Tucker's bed before he wakes up, determined to treat the night as a one-time mistake and return to her highly disciplined reality, unaware that John Tucker is not the type of man to let her walk away so easily. Chapter 2 shifts to John Tucker's perspective, giving us a deeper look into his mindset and his immediate reaction to the mysterious girl who walked out of his room in the dead of night. Tucker wakes up to an empty bed, feeling a mixture of disappointment and intense intrigue. He is a guy who values genuine connections, and his night with Sabrina was far from a casual hookup in his eyes. He's completely captivated by her sharp wit, her independent streak, and the hidden vulnerability he caught glimpses of beneath her tough shell. Back at the hockey house, Tucker goes about his morning routine, which usually involves cooking massive breakfasts for his chaotic roommates, Garrett, Logan, and Dean. While the guys are busy teasing him and talking about their own upcoming games, Tucker is completely distracted, his mind entirely occupied by Sabrina. He realizes that he does not even know her last name or her phone number, as she left absolutely no trace behind. This creates an internal conflict for Tucker, who is used to a more straightforward, traditional approach to dating, but he refuses to just let her slip away into the campus crowd. The narrative follows Tucker as he takes matters into his own hands and begins a quiet search for the beautiful, icy bartender. He checks the bar where she works, but her shifts are irregular, and the other staff members are protective of her privacy. Tucker eventually spots her on campus, walking briskly between classes with a massive stack of textbooks in her arms, looking completely focused and entirely out of reach. When he approaches her, Sabrina is visibly startled, but immediately thickens her armor, treating him with a cool indifference and insisting that their night together was a one-time occurrence that will not be repeated. The chapter reaches its emotional peak during this brief, tense confrontation on the quad. Tucker does not back down from her sharp words. Instead, he uses his trademark calm, gentlemanly demeanor to let her know that he is not looking to disrupt her life, but he is genuinely interested in getting to know the real person behind the defenses. His steady, respectful persistence catches Sabrina off guard, causing a brief crack in her icy facade before she forces herself to turn and walk away. The chapter concludes with Tucker watching her leave, completely unfazed by her rejection and more determined than ever to prove to her that he is a man she can actually rely on. Chapter 3 switches back to Sabrina's perspective, dropping the reader straight into the heavy atmosphere of her domestic life, which contrasts sharply with the vibrant campus world of Briar University. Sabrina does not live in a comfortable dorm or a lively student house. Instead, she commutes from a run-down home that she shares with her weary grandmother and her deeply unpleasant, deadbeat stepfather, Ray. Ray is a constant source of stress, always complaining about finances, contributing nothing but noise and hostility, and treating Sabrina like an inconvenience. This toxic home environment is the fuel that drives Sabrina's relentless ambition. Every time Ray makes a snide comment or her grandmother struggles to afford her medication, Sabrina studies harder, viewing her textbooks as her only ticket out of this bleak reality. The core conflict of the chapter intensifies as Sabrina tries to scrub the memory of John Tucker from her mind, convinced that a handsome, popular hockey player has no business entering her complicated, messy world. She tells herself that guys like Tucker live in a privileged bubble, where their biggest worry is the next game or the next party, and they could never understand the sheer weight of the responsibilities she carries. However, compartmentalizing her life becomes significantly harder when Tucker unexpectedly shows up at the campus library, where she is tucked away in a quiet corner, buried under a mountain of legal case studies. Instead of playing the role of the arrogant athlete demanding her attention, Tucker handles the situation with a quiet, respectful grace that completely unnerves her. He does not invade her space. He simply sits down at her table, slides over a cup of her favorite coffee that he went out of his way to find out she likes, and opens his own notebook to study. For hours, they sit in a companionable, tense silence. Sabrina keeps waiting for the other shoe to drop, expecting him to make a smooth move or grow bored and leave. But Tucker remains steady, proving that he is perfectly content just being near her, even if it means not speaking. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when the library finally closes late at night and Tucker insists on walking her to her car. In the quiet, chilly parking lot, the rigid walls Sabrina has spent years building begin to show genuine fractures. Tucker gently confronts her about why she is so determined to keep him at arm's length, making it clear that he is entirely sincere in his desire to take her out on a real date, with no strings attached and no hidden agendas. Sabrina feels a sudden, terrifying rush of vulnerability because for the first time in her life, someone is looking past her sharp defense mechanisms and seeing the exhausted girl underneath. Terrified of the emotional pull he has on her, she forces herself to give him a flat refusal, climbs into her car, and drives away, leaving Tucker standing under the dim parking lot lights, though her racing heart tells her that this battle is far from over. Chapter 4 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, focusing on his refusal to let Sabrina's walls keep him out of her life permanently. Tucker is back at the hockey house, dealing with the daily chaos of living with his teammates who are entirely focused on the current season and upcoming parties. While his friends talk about their own relationship dramas and hockey strategies, Tucker remains quietly determined to figure out a way to show Sabrina that he is different from any other guy she has met. He knows she is working herself to the bone, and his nurturing instinct makes him want to ease her burden, even if it is just in small, practical ways. The primary conflict of the chapter revolves around Tucker finding a loophole around Sabrina's strict no-dating policy. Instead of chasing her down on campus or demanding a traditional date that she would easily reject, he decides to show up at the dive bar where she works during one of her busiest weekend shifts. The bar is packed with rowdy college students and locals, leaving Sabrina visibly stressed as she tries to keep up with the endless drink orders. Tucker doesn't sit at the bar to flirt or distract her. Instead, he watches her navigate the chaos with a sense of deep admiration for her work ethic and resilience. When the bar gets completely overwhelmed and a group of obnoxious customers starts giving Sabrina a hard time about their order, Tucker quietly steps in. He uses his calm, imposing physical presence to de-escalate the situation, backing down the troublesome patrons without causing a scene. Once the rush slows down, he takes advantage of a quiet moment to strike up a conversation, offering her a genuine compliment on how well she handles the pressure. Sabrina tries to brush it off with her usual biting sarcasm, but the relief in her eyes is unmistakable, and she is forced to admit to herself that his presence made her shift significantly easier. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when Tucker stays until closing time to ensure Sabrina gets to her car safely, knowing the neighborhood around the bar can be sketchy late at night. As they stand together in the cool night air, Tucker doesn't push for a kiss or an invitation to her place. Instead, he hands her a containers of homemade food he cooked earlier, telling her he knows she forgets to eat when she is studying. This level of pure, unselfish care completely disarms Sabrina, leaving her momentarily speechless. The chapter concludes with Tucker driving away, feeling a quiet sense of victory as he realizes that while Sabrina might not be ready to admit it, he is slowly becoming a steady, comforting fixture in her chaotic world. Chapter 5 returns to Sabrina's perspective, focusing on the creeping realization that John Tucker is successfully infiltrating her carefully guarded life. She is back in her cramped room, eating the homemade food Tucker gave her, and she is furious with herself for how much she actually enjoyed it. The gesture felt entirely too safe, and safety is a dangerous illusion in Sabrina's world. Her stress levels hit a new peak because the deadline for her Harvard law application is looming, and she needs to secure a flawless recommendation letter from one of Breyer University's most demanding professors to solidify her chances. The central conflict of the chapter highlights the contrast between the life Sabrina is fighting to escape and the effortless comfort Tucker seems to represent. When she attends a high-stakes campus networking event meant for pre-law students, she feels out of place among her wealthy peers who have legacy connections and financial security. To her utter surprise, she spots Tucker at the event. He isn't there for law. He is accompanying his teammate who needed a wingman, but the moment Tucker sees Sabrina, his focus shifts entirely to her. He effortlessly navigates the stuffy crowd to reach her side, his presence instantly acting as a shield against her social anxiety. Sabrina tries to ice him out, accusing him of stalking her, but Tucker remains unfazed by her sharp tongue. He uses his genuine charm to engage her in conversation, showing a real interest in her legal ambitions rather than just her appearance. When a pretentious student tries to demean Sabrina's heavy work schedule, Tucker subtly but firmly shuts the guy down, defending her work ethic in a way that makes Sabrina's chest tighten with an unfamiliar emotion. She is so used to fighting her own battles that having someone stand up for her feels terrifyingly nice. The chapter reaches its emotional peak after the event, when they walk out into the quiet campus courtyard. Dressed in a sharp suit that makes him look completely different from the sweaty hockey player she first met, Tucker confronts her about her constant rejection. He tells her plainly that he knows she is scared of letting people in, but he promises he isn't going anywhere. Disarmed by his honesty and the intoxicating proximity of him, Sabrina loses her grip on her strict rules. The tension between them snaps, leading to a breathless, passionate kiss under the campus trees that leaves Sabrina completely shaken. The chapter ends with her breaking away and running to her car, terrified of how easily Tucker can make her forget her ultimate goals. Chapter 6 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing his determination after the intense kiss in the courtyard. He knows that Sabrina is running away because she is genuinely scared of what she is feeling, not because she lacks desire for him. Tucker is a patient guy by nature, but he also knows when it is time to push past someone's defenses. Back at the hockey house, he handles the usual locker room banter and questions from his roommates about his love life with a quiet smile, refusing to give up too many details about the girl who has completely captured his attention. The primary conflict of the chapter unfolds when Tucker decides to visit the dive bar again, but this time he arrives on a night when Sabrina is not working. Instead, he uses the opportunity to talk to one of her co-workers, trying to understand her schedule and what makes her so fiercely independent. He learns more about the intense financial pressure she is under and the fact that she rarely takes a single moment for herself. This information only deepens his respect for her and strengthens his protective instincts, making him realize that she does not need a guy who demands her time, but rather someone who can offer her a safe place to rest. Armed with this understanding, Tucker waits for Sabrina outside her evening lecture the following day. When she sees him, her immediate reaction is to look for an escape route, but Tucker catches up to her easily. Instead of asking her for a traditional dinner date, he presents her with a completely different proposition, suggesting they spend the evening doing exactly what she needs to do, which is studying for her upcoming exams. He promises to keep his mouth shut and simply act as her study partner, removing all the pressure of a romantic expectation. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when Sabrina finally gives in, exhausted from fighting him, and allows him to come over to a quiet spot on campus. For the next several hours, Tucker keeps his word, helping her flashcard terms, keeping her fueled with snacks, and offering a steady, quiet support that she has never experienced from anyone else. The physical tension between them remains thick, but it is accompanied by a new, deep layer of emotional comfort. The chapter concludes with Tucker driving her to her car at midnight, receiving a genuine, soft smile from her that tells him his patience is officially starting to pay off. Chapter 7 returns to Sabrina's perspective, finding her in a state of deep internal confusion as she realizes that her ironclad rules are completely failing to keep John Tucker at bay. The chapter begins with Sabrina sitting in her bedroom, staring at the textbook pages, but completely unable to focus because her mind keeps drifting back to the quiet, comforting hours she spent studying with him. To make matters worse, the atmosphere in her house has reached a boiling point. Her stepfather, Ray, is on a massive tirade about an unexpected car repair bill, shouting through the thin walls and demanding that Sabrina chip in more of her hard-earned bartending money to cover the household expenses. The suffocating environment makes her feel trapped, increasing her desperate desire to get into Harvard and leave this town behind forever. The central conflict of the chapter intensifies when Sabrina arrives at her bartending job the following evening, her nerves completely frayed from the domestic drama at home. The bar is unusually loud and chaotic due to a pre-game celebration for a rival university, and the patrons are being exceptionally rowdy. Sabrina is running around trying to fulfill a massive order when a group of intoxicated men begins making highly inappropriate and aggressive remarks toward her. She tries to shut them down with her usual biting sarcasm, but the men become more persistent, stepping into her personal space behind the bar. Just as Sabrina prepares to grab the heavy ice scoop to defend herself, Tucker appears out of the crowd. Instead of causing a massive, disruptive brawl that could get Sabrina fired, Tucker handles the threat with a terrifying, quiet intensity. He steps directly between Sabrina and the aggressive patrons, using his broad, athletic frame to completely shield her from view. He speaks to the men in a low, dangerous tone that carries none of his usual Southern hospitality, making it crystal clear that they need to leave immediately if they want to walk out on their own 2 feet. Intimidated by the sheer size and unwavering gaze of the Briar hockey player, the men quickly throw down cash for their tab and retreat toward the exit. The chapter reaches its emotional peak after the bar closes and the adrenaline finally fades, leaving Sabrina shaking from a mix of residual anger and exhaustion. Tucker stays behind to help her lock up, and when they walk out to the empty, dimly lit parking lot, Sabrina completely loses her temper. She vents her frustration at him, demanding to know why he keeps showing up, why he feels the need to rescue her, and why he won't just leave her alone to handle her own messy life. Tucker stands perfectly still, letting her scream until she runs out of breath. Then, he steps forward, gently cups her face in his hands, and tells her that he isn't trying to rescue her because he knows she is strong enough to handle anything, but he is there because he genuinely cares about her safety and wants to be the one person she doesn't have to fight against. The profound honesty in his voice completely breaks through the last of Sabrina's emotional defenses. Overwhelmed by the heavy burdens of her life and the intoxicating warmth of his presence, she pulls him down into a fierce, desperate kiss. The physical connection is incredibly passionate, a raw release of all the stress, anger, and hidden desire she has been suppressing for weeks. Tucker responds with an equal amount of intensity, holding her against his body as if she is the only thing that matters in the world. The chapter concludes with Sabrina letting out a shaky breath as they finally break apart, realizing with a sense of utter terror that she is officially losing the war against her own heart. Chapter 8 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing the immense satisfaction and heightened anticipation he feels after the intense encounter in the bar parking lot. He knows that Sabrina's passionate response was a major breakthrough, proving that she is finally stopping the absolute denial of her feelings for him. However, Tucker is smart enough to realize that a single passionate kiss does not mean her deep-rooted defenses have completely vanished. He expects her to pull back slightly out of fear, so he resolves to keep his approach steady, patient, and completely free of any pressure that might cause her to run away again. The primary conflict of the chapter arises when Tucker tries to balance his intense focus on Sabrina with his heavy athletic responsibilities at Briar University. The hockey team is entering a crucial stretch of the season, and the coaching staff is pushing the players through exhausting, high-intensity practices. During a team meeting, his roommates notice that Tucker is uncharacteristically distracted, staring at his phone and checking the time. Garrett and Dean begin relentlessly teasing him, demanding to know the identity of the mysterious girl who has the steady, unshakable Southern gentleman completely turned upside down. Tucker handles the locker room banter with his usual quiet grin, refusing to give up Sabrina's name because he respects her privacy and knows she would hate the hockey spotlight. Determined to show Sabrina that he wants to be a consistent part of her daily routine rather than just a late-night distraction, Tucker finds out her class schedule for the day. Instead of waiting for her at her house or her job, he sets up a surprise for her during her brief afternoon lunch break on campus. He secures a quiet, sunny spot on the quad and waits for her with a basket filled with a massive homemade lunch he woke up early to cook. When Sabrina walks out of her lecture hall, looking completely drained and carrying her usual mountain of textbooks, she spots him sitting there. Her immediate instinct is to look around defensively, but the enticing smell of the food and Tucker's warm, welcoming smile completely melt her resolve. The chapter reaches its emotional peak as they sit together on the grass, eating and talking without the usual walls of sarcasm between them. Tucker deliberately steers the conversation away from her stressful law applications and financial burdens, asking her instead about her favorite childhood memories, her hobbies, and the things that make her genuinely happy. Sabrina is caught completely off guard by how easy it is to talk to him when she isn't actively fighting him off. She opens up in a way she never has with anyone else, sharing small, personal details about her life that leave Tucker feeling an even deeper level of adoration for her. The chapter concludes with Tucker walking her to her next class, catching a glimpse of a genuine, completely relaxed smile on her face that reassures him he is slowly but surely winning her trust. Chapter 9 returns to Sabrina's perspective, dropping us right back into the overwhelming pressure of her academic goals. She is sitting in a crowded lecture hall, staring blankly at her notes while her professor discusses the upcoming final exams. Her mind is completely fractured between her desperate need to secure a flawless grade point average for her Harvard law application and the lingering warmth of the afternoon she spent with John Tucker on the quad. She feels a deep sense of panic because she has never allowed a guy to take up this much space in her head, and she terrifies herself by realizing how much she is beginning to look forward to his presence. The central conflict of the chapter intensifies when Sabrina returns to her family's house after a long day of classes and a late library session. The moment she steps through the front door, The heavy, toxic atmosphere of her home life hits her like a physical wall. Her stepfather, Ray, is in the middle of a massive argument with her grandmother over unpaid medical bills, shouting and slamming cabinet doors in the kitchen. Ray turns his hostility towards Sabrina the second he sees her, demanding to know why she isn't working extra shifts at the bar to bring in more cash for the household. The intense confrontation leaves Sabrina feeling incredibly suffocated and small, reinforcing her belief that she is entirely on her own in this world and cannot afford to let her guard down for a relationship. Desperate to escape the shouting, Sabrina leaves the house and drives aimlessly through the chilly night air, eventually finding herself parking outside the Briar University hockey house. She is hesitant to go inside, terrified of what it means that she ran to Tucker the moment her life got heavy, but before she can put her car in reverse, Tucker walks out the front door. He doesn't ask any probing questions or demand an explanation for her sudden appearance. He simply opens her passenger door, takes one look at her pale, exhausted face, and pulls her into a tight, grounding embrace right there in the front seat. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when Tucker convinces her to come inside and retreat to the quiet safety of his bedroom. Wrapped in one of his oversized hockey sweatshirts, Sabrina finally breaks down and vents about the suffocating pressure of her home life, her constant fear of financial ruin, and how terrified she is of failing to get into law school. Tucker listens to every word with an unwavering, intense devotion, rubbing comforting circles into her back. The vulnerability between them quickly shifts into a deep, incredibly passionate encounter. This time, the physical connection carries a profound weight of emotional surrender from Sabrina. She stops fighting the pull and allows herself to fully receive his care and affection. The chapter concludes the next morning with Sabrina waking up entangled in Tucker's arms, feeling a rare, terrifying sense of absolute peace that makes her realize she is completely breaking her own rules. Chapter 10 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing the deep sense of protective contentment he feels waking up with Sabrina wrapped in his arms. Seeing her completely relaxed and safe in his bed confirms what he has suspected all along. Underneath her sharp, independent exterior is a girl who desperately needs someone she can actually rely on. When Sabrina wakes up, her immediate reaction is a flash of familiar panic as her defensive instincts try to reassert themselves. But Tucker uses his calm, grounding presence to soothe her, refusing to let her slide back into her shell after the emotional vulnerability they shared the night before. The primary conflict of the chapter arises when Sabrina tries to establish a strict boundary between her messy personal life and Tucker's world. She insists on leaving his room before his roommates fully wake up, terrified of the gossip and the spotlight that comes with dating a high-profile hockey player. Tucker respects her need for privacy, but hates seeing her slip away like a ghost. Later that day at the rink, Tucker is visibly distracted during a grueling team practice, earning a sharp reprimand from the coaching staff. His roommates, Garrett and Dean, corner him in the locker room afterward, pointing out that the quiet Southern gentleman is completely whipped. Tucker doesn't deny it. He simply tells them that Sabrina is different, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to make things work with her, even if it means keeping things hidden for now. Determined to ease the heavy financial and domestic burdens she faces, Tucker spends his afternoon off putting together a practical surprise. He knows Sabrina works late shifts and often skips meals, so he prepares several days' worth of healthy, home-cooked meals, portioned out into containers that she can easily take to campus or work. When he tracks her down outside the campus library to deliver them, Sabrina is momentarily speechless. She tries to argue that she can take care of herself, but Tucker firmly cuts her off, telling her that letting someone feed her isn't a sign of weakness, but a sign that she is cared for. The chapter reaches its emotional peak during this quiet exchange in the chilly evening air. For the first time, Sabrina doesn't run away after a moment of closeness. Instead, she reaches out and takes the containers, her eyes shining with a mixture of gratitude and genuine fear. She admits to him in a quiet voice that his kindness is terrifying to her because she has never had anyone stay when things got complicated. Tucker steps closer, pulling her into a warm, lingering kiss that promises absolute permanence. The chapter concludes with Tucker watching her walk into the library, knowing that while they haven't officially labeled their relationship, he has successfully become the one safe anchor in her turbulent life. Chapter 11 shifts the focus to the evolving dynamics between Sabrina and the people around her, particularly her growing realization that she might actually have a support system if she allows herself to lean on it. The chapter opens with a significant victory for Sabrina. After weeks of relentless studying and agonizing over her future, she receives some incredible news regarding her academic journey. The sheer relief and excitement of the moment are overwhelming, marking a rare instance of pure, unadulterated joy in her normally high-stress life. Eager to share the news but lacking a traditional supportive family, Sabrina ends up crossing paths with Bo Maxwell. Bo is a popular Briar athlete and a former casual hookup of hers, but over time, their dynamic has settled into an easy, platonic friendship. When she shares her academic victory with him, Bo responds with genuine, enthusiastic support, offering his loud congratulations and celebrating her hard work. During their conversation, Bo brings up John Tucker. He has noticed the shifting energy between Sabrina and the quiet Southern hockey player. Knowing Sabrina's tendency to overthink and isolate herself, Bo offers her some surprisingly insightful advice. He gently taps her on the head, teasingly telling her not to let her massive brain talk her out of a good thing. Bo points out that her relentless drive is admirable, but she is completely running herself into the ground. He suggests that Tucker might be exactly the kind of grounding presence she needs to keep her from literally studying herself to death. Coming from Bo, who understands the campus hookup culture but recognizes that Tucker's intentions are entirely different, the words carry a significant weight and force Sabrina to reevaluate her stubborn resistance. The narrative also highlights Tucker's own strong family foundation, serving as a stark contrast to Sabrina's toxic home life. We catch a glimpse of Tucker engaged in a warm, light-hearted phone call with his mother. Their interaction is filled with easy affection, with Tucker proudly referring to his mother as a rock star and exchanging warm affirmations of love before hanging up. This brief but impactful moment underscores the healthy, unconditionally loving environment Tucker was raised in, explaining why he is so patient, steady, and capable of offering Sabrina the emotional safety she has never known. The chapter reaches its emotional peak as Sabrina reflects on Bo's advice and witnesses the undeniable goodness of Tucker's character. She is slowly realizing that her strict rules against attachments were built to protect her from people like her stepfather, not from a man who checks in on his mother and genuinely wants to ease her burdens. As she internalizes her recent academic success and the comforting presence of the men around her who actually care for her well-being, Sabrina feels a profound shift in her mindset. The chapter concludes with her feeling a terrifying but exhilarating sense of hope, finally entertaining the idea that opening her heart to John Tucker might not be a distraction from her goals, but rather the ultimate assist she needs to achieve them. Chapter 12 shifts back to Sabrina's perspective as she acts on the profound realization she had after speaking with Bo Maxwell. With her academic confidence slightly restored and a newfound, terrifying willingness to let her guard down, she decides to take a massive leap out of her comfort zone. Instead of waiting for Tucker to show up and break down her walls again, Sabrina takes the initiative. She finishes her evening shift at the dive bar, her muscles aching from hours on her feet, and rather than driving straight to the suffocating environment of her toxic household, she heads directly toward the Briar University Athletic District. The drive to the hockey house is filled with anxious anticipation. Her mind races with all the reasons why this is a terrible idea, reminding her of her looming Harvard application deadlines and her empty bank account. Yet, the memory of Tucker's unwavering support pushes her forward. She knows that by seeking him out, she is officially crossing the line she swore she would never cross. When she finally parks her battered car down the street to avoid drawing attention, she approaches the house with a pounding heart. To her immense relief, the massive house is surprisingly quiet, suggesting his rowdy roommates are either out at a party or asleep, which significantly eases her anxiety about being interrogated. The primary conflict of the chapter revolves around Sabrina setting the precise terms for what they are about to start. When she knocks on Tucker's bedroom door, he opens it wearing nothing but sweatpants, visibly surprised but immediately welcoming her in. His eyes light up with a genuine sleepy warmth that makes her chest tighten. Sabrina refuses to let herself get distracted by his physical appeal, choosing instead to pace the floor of his bedroom as she nervously lays out her proposition. She admits out loud that she cannot stop thinking about him and that she wants to continue seeing him, a confession that takes an immense amount of courage for someone so fiercely guarded. However, she quickly follows the admission with a strict set of rules. She insists that their relationship must remain entirely secret. She argues passionately that her life is far too complicated, her academic pressure is too high, and the sheer visibility of being publicly linked to a popular Briar hockey player would completely derail her focus. She presents the arrangement to him as a casual, hidden escape from their respective pressures, convinced in her own mind that putting rigid walls around their physical relationship will somehow protect her heart from getting too attached. Tucker handles her demanding conditions with his characteristic Southern patience and deep emotional intelligence. He does not interrupt her frantic pacing, listening quietly as she outlines her terms and conditions. Tucker recognizes almost instantly that her desperate need for secrecy is driven entirely by fear, past trauma, and self-preservation, rather than any lack of genuine affection for him. While he deeply dislikes the idea of hiding her away like a dirty secret, especially since he is a man who naturally wants to show off the woman he cares about, he also knows that pushing her too hard right now would cause her to panic and retreat completely. He agrees to her rules, giving her his word that he will keep their arrangement strictly behind closed doors and away from the prying eyes of his roommates, Garrett, Logan, and Dean, as well as the relentless campus gossip mill. However, he makes one firm counter-demand, stepping into her path to stop her pacing. He insists that while they are alone together in his room, she has to drop the icy defenses completely, stop treating everything like a negotiation, and allow him to actually take care of her. Sabrina agrees, feeling an immense, overwhelming wave of relief wash over her, because he is willing to compromise his own desires simply to keep her in his life. The chapter reaches its emotional and physical peak once the complicated terms are settled, and the heavy, lingering tension between them finally shatters. Tucker pulls her into a deeply intense, passionate embrace that feels completely different from their initial drunken encounter weeks prior. There is a new, profound level of emotional weight to their physical connection, because Sabrina is no longer fighting her intense desire for him. She is fully surrendering to the safety and comfort his presence provides. The intimate moments they share in the quiet sanctuary of his room are beautifully tender and unhurried, highlighting the stark contrast between her chaotic, high-stress outside world and the absolute peace she finds wrapped in his arms. Tucker treats her with a level of reverence and devotion that leaves her breathless, actively proving that he views her as so much more than a secret hookup. The chapter concludes late in the night, with Sabrina lying against his bare chest, the room quiet except for the sound of his steady heartbeat. She stubbornly tells herself that she is still fully in control of the situation and that this secret arrangement is just a temporary release valve for her stress. But deep down, she realizes with terrifying clarity that John Tucker is already becoming the most important and irreplaceable part of her life. Chapter 13 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, exploring the internal and external challenges of maintaining the secret arrangement Sabrina insisted upon. While Tucker is incredibly happy to have Sabrina coming to his room on a regular basis, the reality of sneaking her in and out of the chaotic hockey house is proving to be a logistical nightmare. His roommates, Garrett, Logan, and Dean, are constantly around, playing video games in the living room, hosting impromptu team gatherings, or raiding the kitchen for food. Tucker hates the feeling of hiding the woman he is falling for, but his deep respect for her boundaries keeps him completely disciplined. He becomes an expert at timing her arrivals, ensuring the coast is entirely clear before slipping her up the stairs to his bedroom sanctuary. The primary conflict of the chapter intensifies during a high-stakes team meeting at the Briar University rink. The coaching staff is pushing the team hard as the postseason approaches, demanding absolute focus and teamwork. During film study, Tucker is unusually quiet, his mind preoccupied with Sabrina's exhausting schedule and how much stress she is carrying. After practice, his roommates corner him in the locker room. Dean, who is notoriously perceptive, notes that Tucker has been cooking massive portions of food that mysteriously vanish from the fridge, and Garrett jokes that Tucker is acting like a man harboring a fugitive. Tucker expertly brushes off the intense interrogation with his signature Southern charm and a calm smile, but the pressure of keeping his personal life completely compartmentalized from his closest friends is beginning to weigh heavily on him. Determined to make their secret time together as fulfilling as possible, Tucker uses his evening to create a special haven for Sabrina within the confines of his room. He knows she has a massive, high-pressure exam coming up for her pre-law courses, so he transforms his desk area into a pristine study station, complete with extra lighting, her favorite highlighters, and a massive supply of brain food he prepared earlier. When Sabrina arrives later that night, looking absolutely exhausted and defensive as she checks the hallway for his roommates, the sight of the thoughtful setup instantly melts her sharp exterior. She drops her heavy bag and allows herself to be pulled into his arms without a single word of protest, showing a level of comfort that Tucker treasures deeply. The chapter reaches its emotional peak later that night, after hours of quiet, intense studying. Sabrina finally closes her textbooks, completely drained, and Tucker moves her to the bed, taking his time to massage the deep tension out of her shoulders. The physical intimacy that follows is slow, deeply tender, and filled with a profound sense of mutual trust. Tucker uses his touch to communicate everything he is forced to keep hidden in public, pouring his growing affection into every movement. For the first time, Sabrina doesn't try to intellectualize or downplay what is happening between them. She fully surrenders to the emotional safety of his room. The chapter concludes in the quiet, early morning hours as Tucker watches her sleep, realizing that while the secrecy is difficult, the depth of the connection they share behind closed doors is worth every single complication. Chapter 14 returns to Sabrina's perspective, highlighting the increasing difficulty of keeping her life in rigid, separate boxes. She is sitting in a crowded campus lecture hall, trying desperately to focus on a complex legal lecture, but her body is exhausted from her endless routine of classes, studying, and late-night bartending shifts. The only moments her mind finds any relief are when she thinks about the quiet safety of John Tucker's bedroom. However, this realization brings a fresh wave of panic. She hates how dependent she is becoming on his presence, viewing her growing emotional attachment as a dangerous flaw in her armor that could compromise her ultimate goal of getting into Harvard Law School. The central conflict of the chapter deepens when Sabrina returns to her family's house in the afternoon. The toxic domestic environment has reached a breaking point. Her stepfather, Ray, has lost his temper completely over a series of past-due utility bills and is loudly blaming her grandmother for the family's financial misery. When Sabrina steps into the kitchen to defend her grandmother, Ray turns his hostility toward her, making cruel comments about her ambitions and demanding that she give him a larger portion of her paycheck from the bar. The intense confrontation leaves Sabrina feeling incredibly suffocated, angry, and helpless, reinforcing her deep-rooted belief that she can never rely on family or expect a stable home life unless she builds it entirely by herself. Desperate to shake off the negative energy and clear her head before her evening shift at the bar, Sabrina drives to campus and slips into the back of the Briar University ice rink. It is the very first time she has ever gone to watch Tucker practice in a public setting. Sitting high up in the empty bleachers, hidden in the shadows, she watches him move across the ice with incredible speed, power, and precision. Seeing him in his element, executing brilliant plays and supporting his teammates, fills her with an unfamiliar sense of intense pride. She realizes that while she has been treating him as her secret refuge, he is a force to be reckoned with in his own world. The chapter reaches its emotional peak later that night, when Tucker sneaks into the bar just as her shift is ending. He takes one look at the tension in her jaw and the exhaustion in her eyes, and knows that things at her house were bad. Instead of pushing her to talk, he simply takes her car keys, drives her back to the hockey house, and leads her up the back stairs to his room. The moment the door clicks shut, Sabrina collapses against him, her rigid defense mechanisms completely dissolving as she sheds tears of frustration. Tucker holds her tightly against his chest, whispering steady promises that she is safe with him. The physical intimacy that follows is raw, desperate, and incredibly passionate, serving as an emotional release for all the anger and helplessness she had been holding inside. The chapter concludes with Sabrina falling into a deep sleep, completely protected in his embrace, though the terrifying realization remains that she is officially giving him total custody of her heart. Chapter 15 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing his growing frustration with the forced secrecy of their relationship, as his feelings for Sabrina deepen into something permanent. Tucker is a man who takes immense pride in the people he cares about, and hiding Sabrina away feels more wrong with each passing day. He wants to take her out to dinner, hold her hand on campus, and introduce her to his friends as his girlfriend. However, his deep respect for her boundaries and his understanding of the immense academic pressure she is under keep him completely disciplined, forcing him to bury his own desires to keep her comfortable. The primary conflict of the chapter arises when the secret arrangement is put to its ultimate test at the Briar University Hockey House. It is a Friday night, and Garrett, Logan, and Dean have decided to throw an impromptu team party to celebrate a massive victory that secured their spot in the upcoming playoffs. The house is completely packed with loud students, music is blasting through the floors, and people are wandering through every hallway. Tucker had planned to have Sabrina over later that evening, but the sudden chaos makes it incredibly dangerous for her to visit. When he texts her to warn her about the party, Sabrina surprises him by stating she is already parked down the street and desperately needs to see him after a particularly brutal shift at the bar. Tucker is forced to navigate a high-stakes stealth mission to get her safely up to his room. He waits by the back door, slipping her inside during a moment when his roommates are distracted by a drinking game in the living room. As they rush up the stairs, Dean suddenly walks out of the bathroom, forcing Tucker to push Sabrina into a dark hallway closet and block Dean's view with his broad frame. Tucker uses his calm demeanor and quick wit to strike up a casual hockey conversation, successfully steering Dean back down the stairs toward the party without him noticing anything unusual. The chapter reaches its emotional peak once Tucker finally gets Sabrina safely inside his bedroom and locks the door, shutting out the roaring noise of the party below. Sabrina is visibly shaken from the close call, her anxiety spiking as she realizes how close her secret life came to being exposed to the entire campus. Seeing her panic, Tucker stops her frantic pacing, pulling her into a tight, grounding embrace. He tells her with absolute sincerity that he will protect her secrets for any length of time she needs, but his intense devotion disarms her completely. The physical intimacy that follows is a fierce, breathless release of all the built-up tension and fear, with Sabrina surrendering entirely to the safety of his presence. The chapter concludes in the quiet early hours of the morning as the party below finally dies down, with Tucker holding her close and realizing that while the secrecy is exhausting, he is willing to play by her rules forever if it means keeping her in his arms. Chapter 16 shifts back to Sabrina's perspective, and the atmosphere is thick with tension as she faces a turning point that threatens to completely alter the course of her life. The chapter begins with Sabrina in the middle of her frantic daily routine, but something feels physically wrong. For the past several days, she has been battling intense waves of nausea, sudden exhaustion that goes far beyond her usual late-night study fatigue, and a strange, overwhelming sensitivity to everyday smells. At first, she desperately tries to rationalize the symptoms away, blaming them on her brutal work schedule at the bar, the high-stress environment of her home life, and the fact that she has been skipping meals to cram for her law school preparation courses. The central conflict of the chapter reaches a terrifying peak when Sabrina is sitting in a local drugstore parking lot, staring at a small paper bag on the passenger seat of her car. The realization of what might be happening hits her with the force of a physical blow, sending a wave of sheer panic through her chest. In her mind, she has always kept her life under a microscope, planning every single move, exam, and financial decision with meticulous precision to escape poverty. A pregnancy was absolutely never a part of her blueprint. With trembling hands, she takes the test in the privacy of her cramped bedroom at home while her stepfather is out, waiting out the agonizing minutes in a suffocating silence. When the result comes up positive, her entire world shatters into a million pieces. The emotional fallout is immediate and overwhelming. Sabrina stares at the positive test, feeling an intense sense of isolation. Her immediate instinct is to put up her signature ironclad walls, terrified that this development will permanently derail her lifelong goal of attending Harvard Law School and landing a career in big law. She is flooded with intense anxiety about how her toxic stepfather will react and how she will manage to survive financially. Instead of immediately running to John Tucker, her deeply ingrained trauma forces her to withdraw, making her feel as though she is entirely on her own to handle a crisis of this magnitude. The chapter reaches its emotional climax when Tucker, sensing her sudden, icy emotional withdrawal over text, shows up at her car just as she is leaving campus. He can read the profound terror written all over her face, and he refuses to let her drive away in such a distressed state. Tucker coaxes her into opening up, his gentle, steady voice cutting through her frantic thoughts. When Sabrina finally breaks down and delivers the staggering news that she is pregnant, the revelation hangs heavy in the air between them. The chapter concludes with Tucker standing completely frozen as the reality of becoming a father at 22 sinks in, while Sabrina watches him with a racing heart, terrified that the one man she finally trusted is about to walk away when things got too real. Chapter 17 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing the heavy, grounding weight of the reality that has just landed on his shoulders. The initial shock of Sabrina's pregnancy announcement sends his mind into a temporary tailspin, forcing him to instantly process the massive transition from a 22-year-old college hockey player to a future father. However, while Sabrina watches him with intense fear, expecting him to panic, deny responsibility, or look for an easy exit, Tucker's true character and deep Southern roots instantly kick in. He looks at her pale, trembling face and realizes that his own shock is nothing compared to the absolute terror she is experiencing right now. The primary conflict of the chapter focuses on Tucker trying to break through the immediate, massive wall of defense Sabrina builds around herself following the confession. Her survival instinct is telling her to push him away, handle the situation entirely on her own, and assume that her dreams of attending Harvard Law School are completely dead. Tucker firmly steps into her space, refusing to let her isolate herself during a crisis. He takes her hands in his, looks directly into her eyes, and tells her with absolute, unwavering certainty that he is not going anywhere. He makes it clear that they are a team now, and whatever decisions they make moving forward, she will never have to face them alone. His steady, fiercely protective reaction catches Sabrina completely off guard, causing her frantic breathing to finally slow down as she allows him to guide her into his car. Instead of taking her back to the chaotic hockey house or her toxic family home, Tucker drives her to a quiet, secluded park spot where they can talk without any outside prying eyes. For the next several hours, they navigate a deeply emotional and incredibly intense conversation about their future. Sabrina is defensive, practical, and consumed by financial panic, while Tucker remains a calm, comforting anchor. He handles her anxiety with immense grace, reassuring her that they will figure out the logistics, the finances, and the timing together. He actively validates her career ambitions, promising her that having a child does not mean she has to sacrifice her intellect or her goals, and that he will do everything in his power to support her academic journey. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when Tucker brings Sabrina back to his bedroom, creating a completely safe, quiet sanctuary for her to finally rest. As she sits on the edge of his bed, the sheer exhaustion of the past few days catches up to her, and she breaks down into deep, quiet tears of relief. Tucker crawls onto the bed, wrapping his large frame around her, holding her tightly against his chest, and kissing the top of her head until her trembling stops. The physical connection between them in this moment is not driven by passion, but by a profound, unconditional level of care and commitment. The chapter concludes with Sabrina falling into a deep, safe sleep in his arms, while Tucker stays awake staring at the ceiling, his mind fiercely working through a strategy to provide the best possible life for Sabrina and their future child, completely unfazed by the challenging road ahead. Chapter 18 returns to Sabrina's perspective, finding her trapped in an agonizing state of limbo as she tries to balance her normal, high-stress routine with the staggering reality of her pregnancy. The morning begins with a familiar, suffocating wave of morning sickness that she has to quietly conceal from her stepfather, Ray, while getting ready for a brutal day of classes. Sabrina is completely consumed by a deep sense of internal panic. Despite John Tucker's incredibly comforting and steady promises the night before, her deeply ingrained survival instincts keep telling her that relying on a 22-year-old hockey player is a dangerous gamble. She has spent her entire life believing that she is the only person who can save herself, and letting go of that mindset feels like jumping off a cliff without a parachute. The central conflict of the chapter intensifies when Sabrina arrives on campus to meet with her pre-law academic advisor regarding her upcoming Harvard Law School application deadlines. Sitting in the quiet, stuffy office, looking at the pristine brochures of Ivy League campuses, the weight of her situation threatens to crush her. Her advisor emphasizes how flawless her final semester grades and extracurricular focus need to be to secure a spot, completely unaware of the massive secret Sabrina is harboring. The conversation leaves Sabrina feeling a profound sense of grief and anger, wondering if the bright, successful future she fought so hard for is slipping through her fingers before it even begins. Desperate for a distraction, Sabrina heads to her late-night bartending shift, but her focus is completely fractured. The loud music, the smell of alcohol, and the rowdy college crowd only heighten her physical discomfort and emotional anxiety. The breaking point comes when her stepfather, Ray, unexpectedly walks into the bar. Instead of checking on her, he aggressively corners her near the back supply room, demanding to know why she hasn't handed over her portion of the rent money yet. Ray throws cruel taunts about her law school dreams, telling her she is wasting her time trying to be something better than where she came from. The venom in his words hits a raw nerve, leaving Sabrina feeling utterly defeated, small, and entirely isolated in her own home. The chapter reaches its emotional climax when Sabrina walks out to the empty, chilly parking lot after closing time, completely exhausted and fighting back tears of absolute frustration. To her surprise, she finds Tucker waiting by her car, having driven over the moment his own hockey practice ended, just to ensure she got home safely. Seeing the raw heartbreak and exhaustion written all over her face, Tucker doesn't say a word. He simply steps forward and pulls her into a tight, fierce embrace. For the first time, Sabrina stops fighting the comfort he offers. She collapses against his chest, her rigid walls completely shattering as she tells him about the brutal encounter with Ray and her terrifying fear of losing her future at Harvard. Tucker holds her face in his hands, his gaze intensely steady and filled with absolute devotion. He reminds her that Ray is completely wrong, that she is the strongest woman he has ever met, and that they are going to build a life where nobody can ever make her feel small again. The profound sincerity in his voice completely shifts something inside Sabrina. The chapter concludes as they head back to the safety of his room, with Sabrina finally allowing herself to lean entirely on his strength, realizing that Tucker isn't a distraction from her goals, but the one person who will help her carry the weight of achieving them. Chapter 19 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, focusing on the definitive actions he takes to prepare for the massive future shifting ahead of him. Tucker is fully aware that his time as a carefree college student is rapidly coming to an end, and he embraces the transition with an admirable, quiet maturity. While his teammates are entirely focused on upcoming parties and the impending hockey playoffs, Tucker spends his morning sitting at his desk, meticulously reviewing his personal finances, his upcoming graduation requirements, and potential post-college career opportunities in sports management and coaching. He knows that to give Sabrina and their future child the absolute stability they deserve, he needs a flawless plan. The primary conflict of the chapter arises when Tucker decides it is finally time to break the news to his roommates. He knows that keeping a secret of this magnitude from Garrett, Logan, and Dean is no longer sustainable, especially since Sabrina will be spending more time around him. On a quiet afternoon when the guys are all gathered in the living room, Tucker takes a deep breath and steps into the space. He lays out the entire truth plainly and calmly, revealing that he and Sabrina have been seeing each other and that they are expecting a baby. The initial reaction from his friends is absolute, stunned silence. The rowdy hockey players are completely caught off guard, trying to process the idea of the steady, dependable mother hen of the house actually becoming a father. However, the shock quickly dissolves into an overwhelming wave of genuine, intense brotherhood. Garrett is the first to step forward, throwing an arm around Tucker's shoulders, followed quickly by Logan and Dean. Instead of teasing him or expressing doubt, his roommates offer their fierce, absolute support, promising to do whatever it takes to help him, whether it means keeping the house quiet for Sabrina to study or stepping up as surrogate uncles. The immense relief Tucker feels seeing his friends rally around him reinforces his belief that he has a stellar team backing him up. The narrative shifts to later that evening, when Tucker brings Sabrina over to the house, knowing she is terrified of how the guys will treat her now that the truth is out. When she walks through the front door, looking incredibly tense and defensive, she is met not with awkwardness, but with warmth. Tucker's roommates treat her with an immense amount of respect, making casual conversation and deliberately ensuring she feels comfortable and welcome in their space. Seeing the rigid armor slowly melt off Sabrina's shoulders as she realizes she is completely safe among his friends fills Tucker with a profound sense of pride. The chapter reaches its emotional peak when they retreat to the quiet sanctuary of Tucker's bedroom. Sabrina looks at him, her eyes shining with a mixture of disbelief and deep gratitude, and admits that she has never experienced a group of people being so unconditionally kind and protective. Tucker pulls her into his arms, holding her tightly against his chest, and tells her that this is exactly what family is supposed to feel like. The physical and emotional intimacy that follows is beautifully tender, a quiet celebration of the fact that they no longer have to hide in the shadows. The chapter concludes with Tucker holding Sabrina as she falls into a peaceful sleep, feeling completely ready to face whatever challenges the future holds, because they are finally standing together in the light. Chapter 20 returns to Sabrina's perspective, finding her at a critical crossroads where her old, isolated survival instincts are forced to clash with the reality of the unconditional support system Tucker has built around her. The morning begins with a monumental milestone for her future: the official completion and submission of her Harvard Law School application. As she clicks the final submission button in the quiet of campus, she expects to feel a rush of pure triumph. Instead, she is met with a complex wave of anxiety and grief. She stares at the screen, wondering how she can possibly balance the demands of an Ivy League law education with a newborn baby and an empty bank account, still struggling to believe that a bright future is actually permitted for someone from her background. The central conflict of the chapter intensifies when Sabrina is forced to return to her family's house to pack up the remainder of her clothing and books, having finally made the decision to move out of the toxic environment permanently. While she is gathering her things in her room, her stepfather, Ray, corners her in the hallway. Spotting the packed boxes and realizing he is losing his absolute financial grip on her, Ray unleashes a torrent of cruelty. He demands to know where she thinks she is going, throwing vile accusations that she will fail out of law school, ruin her life just like her mother did, and end up crawling back to the village with nothing. The pure malice in his words hits a raw nerve, causing Sabrina to freeze as years of psychological conditioning tell her that she is completely alone against his hostility. The narrative shifts dramatically when the front door swings open and John Tucker walks straight into the house. Having driven over the moment Sabrina texted him that she was heading to the property, Tucker assesses the situation instantly. He steps directly between Sabrina and Ray, his massive, athletic frame completely dominating the narrow hallway. For the first time, Tucker drops his easygoing Southern hospitality entirely, fixing Ray with a dangerous, icy stare that leaves no room for negotiation. In a low, steady voice that carries the absolute authority of a man protecting his family, Tucker tells Ray that he will never speak to Sabrina like that again, nor will he ever step within 10 feet of her or their future child. Intimidated by Tucker's sheer physical presence and unwavering conviction, Ray backs down completely, retreating into the kitchen without another word. The chapter reaches its emotional peak as Tucker gently takes the heavy boxes from Sabrina's trembling hands and guides her out to his car, leaving the toxic household behind forever. The drive back to the hockey house is quiet, but the air is filled with a profound sense of liberation. When they arrive, Tucker's roommates, Garrett, Logan, and Dean, are waiting at the front door. Instead of treating her like a temporary guest, The rowdy hockey players immediately step in to carry her boxes up the stairs, welcoming her to her new home with high fives and genuine warmth. Seeing this display of total acceptance breaks through the final remnants of Sabrina's emotional armor. The chapter concludes in the quiet sanctuary of Tucker's bedroom as she breaks down into deep, healing tears, finally surrendering to the realization that she no longer has to fight the world entirely by herself. Tucker holds her tightly against his chest, promising her that they are going to conquer Harvard, parenthood, and everything else together, leaving Sabrina to fall asleep with a rare, beautiful sense of absolute security. Chapter 21 shifts back to John Tucker's perspective, capturing the immense sense of pride and protective focus he feels now that Sabrina is safely living under his roof. With her toxic family environment firmly left in the past, Tucker is entirely dedicated to making her feel as comfortable and secure as possible. He spends his mornings adjusting to their new routine, ensuring the hockey house remains a peaceful environment where Sabrina can rest and study for her final undergraduate exams. Tucker thrives in this caretaking role, feeling a deep, instinctual satisfaction in knowing that he is successfully providing the stable foundation she has lacked for so long. The primary conflict of the chapter revolves around Tucker's impending graduation and the high-stakes pressure of the Briar hockey postseason. The team is deep in the championship playoffs, and every single game demands absolute physical and mental focus. During an intense team meeting, the coaching staff emphasizes the scouts attending the upcoming games, reminding the seniors that their professional futures are on the line. While Tucker loves the game and wants to win a championship with his brothers, his priorities have fundamentally shifted. He isn't just playing for himself or a potential spot in a minor league system anymore. He is playing to secure a stable financial future for his growing family, which gives his performance on the ice a fierce, unshakable intensity. The narrative highlights the incredible support of Tucker's mother, who arrives in town to attend his graduation and the playoff games. Tucker handles the introduction between his mother and Sabrina with a bit of nervous anticipation, knowing how protective his mother is and how defensive Sabrina can get. However, the meeting is a beautiful success. Tucker's mother takes one look at Sabrina, senses her underlying anxiety, and immediately pulls her into a warm, unconditional embrace. She treats Sabrina with immense respect and maternal warmth, sharing stories of Tucker's childhood and assuring Sabrina that she is officially a cherished part of their family. Seeing the two most important women in his life bond so effortlessly removes a massive weight from Tucker's shoulders. The chapter reaches its emotional peak later that night after a thrilling playoff victory that secures Briar's spot in the final championship game. The hockey house is buzzing with excitement, but Tucker slips away from the celebrations to find Sabrina waiting for him in his bedroom. She looks at him with a softness he has never seen before, completely devoid of her old, icy defenses. She pulls him down into a deeply passionate, tender kiss, whispering how incredibly proud she is of him. For the first time, their intimacy feels completely unburdened by secrets, past trauma, or fear of the future. The chapter concludes with Tucker holding Sabrina tightly against his chest in the quiet hours of the night, realizing that while his college chapter is closing, a beautiful family life they are building together is the ultimate goal he was always meant to achieve. Chapter 22 returns to Sabrina's perspective, wrapping the narrative in a whirlwind of major life transitions, heavy anticipation, and the bittersweet reality of endings and new beginnings. The chapter opens on the day of Briar University's graduation ceremony. Standing in her cap and gown, amidst the sea of shouting, celebrating students, Sabrina is hit by a profound wave of emotion. For years, she viewed this exact day as her solitary ticket out of poverty, a milestone she would have to conquer completely alone. Instead, as she looks out into the crowd, she sees Tucker's mother waving enthusiastically alongside Garrett, Logan, and Dean, who are cheering for her just as loudly as they do for each other. The sheer warmth of the moment breaks through her lingering disbelief, allowing her to finally accept that she is part of a real, unconditional family. The central conflict of the chapter shifts to the high-stakes arena of the Frozen Four National Championship hockey game. The atmosphere inside the stadium is absolutely electric, packed to the rafters with roaring fans, scouts, and media. Sitting in the stands next to Tucker's mother, Sabrina watches the ice with a pounding heart, her hand resting instinctively over her growing stomach. The game is a brutal, fast-paced battle, with Briar fighting tooth and nail against a fierce rival. Tucker plays with an unshakable, terrifying intensity, executing brilliant defensive plays and putting his body on the line. Sabrina realizes with a sudden clarity that his determination on the ice isn't just about winning a trophy anymore. He is fighting to prove his worth and secure a prosperous future for her and their child. The narrative reaches a thrilling climax in the final minutes of the third period. With the score tied and the tension in the arena reaching a breaking point, Tucker intercepts a dangerous pass near his own goal, charges down the ice, and delivers a flawless, brilliant assist to Garrett, who slams the puck into the back of the net to win the national championship. The stadium erupts into absolute chaos. Watching Tucker celebrate on the ice, surrounded by his brothers and a shower of championship confetti, Sabrina is overcome with a level of intense pride and love that leaves her completely breathless. When the team finally opens the ice to families, Tucker bypasses the cameras and the scouts, skating directly towards Sabrina, lifting her off her feet and kissing her fiercely in front of the entire crowd, officially claiming her as his world. The chapter reaches its emotional peak later that night, back at the quiet sanctuary of the hockey house, after the massive team celebrations have finally wound down. Standing in Tucker's bedroom, surrounded by packed boxes, the reality of their next adventure begins to settle in. Sabrina receives a notification on her phone, and her hands begin to shake as she opens the email. It is the official acceptance letter from Harvard Law School. The sheer magnitude of achieving her lifelong dream, combined with the knowledge that she has a partner who will help her carry the weight of it, causes her to break down into deep, healing tears of pure joy. The book's narrative concludes with a beautiful flash-forward epilogue showing Sabrina and Tucker a few years later in Boston. They are happily settled into a warm, chaotic, and loving home, successfully balancing Sabrina's thriving career as a powerful attorney with Tucker's rewarding job as a youth hockey coach and dedicated father. As they watch their beautiful daughter, Jamie, play on the floor, Sabrina looks at the steady, patient man beside her, fully realizing that surrendering her heart to John Tucker was the greatest victory of her life. Chapter 23 shifts the focus directly onto John Tucker as he navigates the sudden reality of a completely transformed future. After the absolute whirlwind of Sabrina's pregnancy confession, the dust is finally starting to settle. But the sheer weight of what lies ahead is becoming incredibly real. Tucker is sitting in his bedroom, looking at his hockey gear and his college textbooks, realizing that the typical carefree senior year his roommates are enjoying is officially a thing of the past for him. Instead of feeling resentful or overwhelmed, his natural caretaking instincts lock into place. He is fiercely determined to be the steady anchor Sabrina needs, even if his own mind is racing with questions about how they will manage everything financially and emotionally. The primary conflict of the chapter unfolds when Tucker decides it is time to have a serious, private conversation with his hockey coach. He knows that his performance on the ice is critical for his future, but he also needs to understand what kind of flexibility and support he might have from the athletic department as he prepares for the arrival of a child. Walking into the coach's office is an incredibly nerve-wracking moment for Tucker, who prides himself on being the ultimate team player who never asks for special treatment. To his immense relief, the coach reacts with incredible maturity and understanding, offering a grounding perspective that reassures Tucker that his spot on the team and his future prospects are completely secure as long as he keeps putting in the work. Meanwhile, the dynamic between Tucker and Sabrina inside the hockey house is reaching a beautiful, tender rhythm. Sabrina is still incredibly guarded, her sharp defense mechanisms occasionally flaring up out of sheer habit and fear of relying on someone else. In this chapter, Tucker deliberately sets out to show her that she doesn't have to ask for help for him to give it. He notices her struggling with a sudden wave of physical exhaustion while trying to organize her massive stack of law school prep materials. Without making a big production out of it, Tucker steps in, takes the heavy books from her hands, and gently guides her to the bed, insisting that she take a much-needed break while he handles the heavy lifting. The chapter reaches its emotional peak during this quiet, intimate moment in his room. As Sabrina lies down, looking at him with a mixture of vulnerability and lingering disbelief, the emotional distance between them completely melts away. Tucker joins her, pulling her close against his chest and whispering steady, fierce promises about how they are going to face every single challenge as a united front. The physical connection that follows is deeply passionate, but carries a profound weight of mutual reassurance, serving as a reminder that they are no longer just two people hooking up in secret, but a team building a real future. The chapter concludes with Tucker holding her as she falls into a peaceful sleep, his mind completely focused on the road ahead and his resolve stronger than ever. Chapter 24 opens in the immediate aftermath of the emotional whirlwind that has become Sabrina James's daily life. After the tense and revealing encounter with Tucker's mother, where Sabrina finally saw the open arms and unconditional acceptance she has always craved but never trusted, she finds herself retreating back into the familiar fortress of her own mind. The vulnerability she showed by crying in front of Mrs. Tucker, a woman she just met, feels like a dangerous crack in her armor. As she drives back to her shared apartment with a silent but steady Tucker behind the wheel, she stares out the passenger window at the snowy Boston streets, trying to convince herself that the warmth she felt at his family home was an illusion, a temporary reprieve before reality comes crashing back down. She mentally chides herself for letting her guard down, for allowing herself to imagine a world where she leans on someone else, where she isn't the sole architect of her own escape from her past. The fear is a cold, familiar weight in her chest, whispering that this is exactly how it starts, that you let people in, you start to depend on them, and then they leave, or they show you exactly why you should have kept them at arm's length. Back at the apartment, which is mercifully quiet since their roommates are out, the tension between Sabrina and Tucker is a palpable, living thing. It is not the sharp, angry tension of their earlier arguments, but something softer and far more terrifying, an intimacy that has nothing to do with the physical heat they have shared. Tucker helps her out of his truck with a gentle hand on the small of her back, a gesture so casual and possessive that it sends a shiver down her spine that has nothing to do with the cold. Once inside, he doesn't push for conversation or for the physical reunion that usually follows their fights. Instead, he moves into the small kitchen and begins making hot chocolate, a deliberate callback to the simple, domestic kindness he offered her once before. Sabrina watches him from the doorway of the living room, her arms wrapped tightly around her own torso as if to hold herself together. She is struck by the absurd normality of the scene. The huge, tattooed hockey player stirring cocoa mix into a mug as if it is the most important task in the world. When he hands her the warm mug, his fingers brush against hers, and she feels that familiar jolt of electricity. but it is tempered now with something else, a deep ache of longing that she has spent years trying to suppress. Tucker doesn't sit across from her or on the opposite end of the couch. He sits close, his knee almost touching hers, and he looks at her with those steady, honest eyes that seem to see right through every lie she tells herself. He tells her that he meant what he said at his mum's house, every single word. He is not going anywhere, not because of the baby, but because of her. He talks about the small things he has noticed about her, the way she chews on her bottom lip when she is studying for the LSATs, the way she lights up when she talks about becoming a lawyer, the fierce, almost aggressive way she protects her grandmother. He lists these details not as a grand romantic gesture, but as simple facts, as if he is building a case, presenting evidence that he has been paying attention all along, that he sees the real Sabrina beneath the prickly, independent exterior she shows the world. Sabrina listens, her throat tight with unshed tears. This is the hardest part, the part her carefully constructed defenses have no answer for. She can fight anger. She can deflect lust. She can argue about the practicalities of co-parenting. But she has no strategy for this quiet, unwavering acceptance. She tries to deflect with sarcasm, mumbling that he sounds like a stalker, but her voice wavers, ruining the effect. Tucker just smiles, that slow, charming smile that usually makes her knees weak and tells her that he prefers the term devoted. The word hangs in the air between them, heavy with promise. In this chapter, Sabrina realizes that the wall she has built is not to keep Tucker out, but to keep herself in, to prevent herself from wanting more than she believes she deserves. For the first time, the desire to drop her guard is almost stronger than the fear of what might happen if she does. She does not give him a final answer, not yet. But as she sips her hot chocolate in the warm, quiet kitchen, surrounded by the scent of him and the feeling of safety, the first real crack in her defenses begins to spread. The chapter ends not with a dramatic declaration or a passionate kiss, but with a quiet, profound understanding passing between them, a silent agreement that the game has changed. And for once, Sabrina is not entirely sure she wants to keep playing by her own lonely rules. Chapter 25 picks up the morning after that fragile, wordless understanding settled between Sabrina and Tucker in the kitchen. The pale winter light filters through the thin curtains of their shared apartment, and Sabrina wakes up alone in her own bed, which feels strangely disorienting, because she has grown used to waking up tangled with Tucker's warm, solid body. For a moment, she lies still, staring at the ceiling and replaying every detail of the previous day, the confrontation with his mother, the hot chocolate, the way he looked at her as if she were something precious rather than something broken. Her first instinct is the familiar one, to get up, shower, and bury herself in law school applications and scholarship forms, to retreat into the one area of her life she can control completely. But something stops her. The silence in the apartment is different this morning. It is not the cold, lonely silence of her childhood, or the tense quiet of avoiding an argument. It is a peaceful silence, the kind that comes from two people sharing a space without needing to fill every second with noise. She finds Tucker in the tiny living room, already dressed in sweatpants and a worn Harvard hoodie, sitting on the old couch with his laptop balanced on his knees. He looks up when she walks in, and there is no awkwardness in his gaze, no hesitation. He simply pats the cushion next to him and asks if she slept okay. This casual intimacy, this assumption that she will sit beside him, is so unlike the careful distance she has tried to maintain for months. Sabrina hesitates for only a second before crossing the room and sinking down next to him, their thighs pressing together. She glances at his laptop screen and is shocked to see that he is not looking at hockey stats or game footage, but at a website about prenatal nutrition and exercise recommendations for pregnant women. Her throat closes up. He does not close the tab or try to hide it. Instead, he tilts the screen toward her and asks if she has been taking her vitamins, because the article says folic acid is really important in the second trimester. The question is so sincere, so utterly devoid of judgment, that Sabrina cannot even muster her usual sarcastic remark. She tells him that she has been taking them every day, that she has been reading her own books and following the doctor's advice, but the words come out softer than she intended. Tucker nods, satisfied, and then closes the laptop. He turns to face her fully, his knee bumping against hers, and tells her that he has been thinking about what she said weeks ago, about not wanting to be a burden and not wanting to be trapped by obligation. He admits that he finally understands why she has been pushing him away. It is not because she does not care, but because she cares too much, and she is terrified of needing someone only to be let down. Sabrina opens her mouth to deny it, to deflect with her usual sharp tongue, but nothing comes out. Because he is right. Of course he is right. He has seen through her more clearly than anyone ever has, and the vulnerability of that realization is almost overwhelming. Instead of pushing for more, Tucker changes the subject. He tells her that his mother called this morning not to apologize because she does not think she did anything wrong, but to invite Sabrina to a casual family dinner next weekend. His mother, he explains, has already started knitting a baby blanket because that is just the kind of person she is. Sabrina feels a surge of panic rise in her chest, the instinct to run or to make an excuse, but Tucker gently takes her hand. His palm is warm and calloused, and he does not squeeze too hard. He simply holds on, grounding her. He says that she does not have to decide right now, that the invitation is open and there is no pressure, but he also says that he would really like her to come, not for him, but for herself, so she can see that not every family is like the one she grew up in, that some people genuinely want to love her without expecting anything in return. The chapter then shifts to later that afternoon, when Sabrina has retreated to her favorite corner of the campus library, ostensibly to study, but actually to think. The library has always been her sanctuary, the quiet rows of books, a refuge from the chaos of her life. But today, even the familiar smell of old paper and the soft hum of the heating vents cannot calm the storm in her head. She stares at her LSAT prep book without seeing a single word, her mind trapped in a loop of fear and longing. She thinks about her grandmother, the one person who has never let her down, and wonders what she would say. She thinks about her absent mother, her alcoholic father, the string of foster homes and broken promises that taught her that depending on others is a weakness. And then she thinks about Tucker, about the way he held her hair back when she was sick, the way he rubs her lower back when the pregnancy aches get bad, the way he looked at her last night as if she was worth fighting for. The two pictures do not fit together. The past she cannot escape, and the future he is offering. Her phone buzzes with a text from her grandmother, a simple message that says, "Stop being so stubborn and let that boy love you." Sabrina almost laughs, because of course her grandmother knows, even from miles away, exactly what is happening in her heart. She types back a half-hearted deflection, but her grandmother is not having it. Another message arrives almost instantly, reminding Sabrina that she has spent her whole life running away from people before they could run away from her, and that the bravest thing she could ever do is stand still and let someone catch her. The words hit Sabrina like a physical blow. She has always thought of herself as strong, as a survivor, but her grandmother is gently pointing out that survival is not the same as living, that building walls is not the same as being safe. For the first time, Sabrina allows herself to imagine what standing still might look like. It looks like Tucker's steady hands, and Tucker's honest eyes, and Tucker's unwavering patience. It looks terrifying and beautiful, and completely unknown. The chapter ends with Sabrina leaving the library as the sun sets, casting long blue shadows across the snowy campus. She walks slowly, her hand resting unconsciously on her growing belly, and she makes a decision. It is not a grand, dramatic choice, but a quiet, internal shift, like a lock finally clicking into place after years of rust. She will go to the family dinner. She will stop fighting Tucker every step of the way. She will try, really try, to let him in. When she walks through the apartment door and sees him standing in the kitchen, waiting for her with a cup of decaf tea already brewed, because he knows she has been craving it, she does not make a sarcastic comment or brush past him. She sets down her bag, walks straight into his arms, and buries her face in his chest. He holds her without a word, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other splayed across her lower back. And in the quiet of that embrace, the last chapter of her old life closes, and the first page of something new begins to turn. Chapter 26 begins with a sense of tentative anticipation that neither Sabrina nor Tucker is willing to name aloud. The week following that transformative embrace in the kitchen passes in a blur of small, significant changes. Sabrina stops flinching when Tucker touches her unexpectedly. She stops making excuses to sleep alone in her own narrow bed. She stops pretending that the way her heart races every time he walks into a room is merely a residual effect of pregnancy hormones. Instead, she leans into the unfamiliar territory, letting him make her tea without protesting, letting him drive her to her OB appointment without insisting she can take the bus, letting him fall asleep beside her, with his hand resting protectively over the small swell of her belly. These are not grand gestures, but for Sabrina, each one feels like a minor miracle, a betrayal of every survival instinct she has honed over 2 decades. And yet, she does not want to run. For the first time in her life, the thing she fears most is not being hurt, but hurting the man who looks at her like she hung the moon. The central event of this chapter is the promised family dinner at Tucker's childhood home. Sabrina spends the entire car ride over fighting the urge to bolt. Her palms are sweaty, her breath is shallow, and she has changed clothes 4 times before settling on a simple maternity sweater and jeans that she hopes says approachable, but not desperate. Tucker notices her white knuckles gripping the door handle and reaches over to cover her hand with his own. He does not tell her to relax or to stop worrying, because he knows her well enough by now to understand that those words would only make her more anxious. Instead, he talks about mundane things, the road conditions, the new smoothie place near campus, a funny story about one of his teammates accidentally dyeing his hair pink. His steady, low voice fills the car like a safety net, and by the time they pull into the familiar driveway, Sabrina's heart is still pounding, but her hands have stopped shaking. Mrs. Tucker answers the door before they even knock, enveloping Sabrina in a warm hug that smells like cinnamon and vanilla. There is no awkwardness about their last encounter, no pointed comments or lingering resentment. The older woman simply takes Sabrina's coat, ushers her inside, and asks how she is feeling, really feeling, in a tone that suggests she genuinely wants to know the answer. The house is exactly as Sabrina remembers it, cozy and cluttered and filled with the kind of warmth that has nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the people inside. Mr. Tucker is in the living room watching a hockey game, but he mutes the television the moment they walk in and stands up to shake Sabrina's hand with a firm, genuine grip. He tells her that Tucker has talked about nothing else for weeks, and while she initially assumes that is an exaggeration, The look on Tucker's face confirms that it is not. Dinner is a loud, chaotic affair, and Sabrina is utterly disoriented by it. The Tucker family eats together at a large wooden table that is scarred with years of use, passing dishes and interrupting each other, and laughing at inside jokes she does not understand. There is no silence, broken only by the scrape of forks against plates. There is no tension crackling under the surface, waiting to explode. There is just food and warmth and the overwhelming sense that she is welcome here. Not as a guest performing for approval, but as someone who already belongs. Tucker's younger sister, a freshman in college with the same mischievous smile, asks Sabrina 100 questions about law school, her eyes wide with genuine curiosity. His mother piles an extra serving of mashed potatoes onto Sabrina's plate without asking, and when Sabrina tries to protest, Mrs. Tucker just winks and says the baby is eating for two, not her. It is such a simple maternal thing, and Sabrina has to blink rapidly to keep her eyes from filling with tears. After dinner, Tucker's mother pulls Sabrina aside into the kitchen under the pretense of helping with dishes. For a terrible moment, Sabrina is certain this is the trap, the moment where the warmth gives way to a quiet, private warning. But Mrs. Tucker does not warn her about anything. Instead, she dries her hands on a dish towel and looks at Sabrina with an expression that is almost achingly gentle. She says that she knows Sabrina has had a hard life, that Tucker has told her some of it, not the details, because those are Sabrina's to share, but enough to understand why she is so guarded. She says that she is not going to try to replace anyone, but she wants Sabrina to know that she has a place here, not because she is carrying Tucker's baby, but because Tucker loves her, and her family loves anyone Tucker loves. End of story. Sabrina stands there in the warm, steamy kitchen, a soapy plate in her hands, and for the first time in her life, she does not deflect or make a joke. She just nods, a single tear slipping down her cheek, and whispers thank you in a voice so small she barely recognizes it as her own. The chapter then shifts to the drive home, the car warm and quiet after the noise of the dinner. Sabrina is exhausted in a way that has nothing to do with sleep, and everything to do with the emotional toll of letting her walls come down. She rests her head against the passenger window, watching the streetlights blur past. And she thinks about the difference between the family dinner she just experienced and every meal she ever shared with her own fractured relatives. There had always been a price tag attached to kindness in her house, a favor to be repaid, a weakness to be exploited later. But the Tuckers gave her food and laughter and warmth without asking for a single thing in return. It feels like a language she is only beginning to learn, stumbling over the words, but desperate to become fluent. Tucker glances over at her, his hand leaving the steering wheel to find hers on the seat between them. He asks if she is okay, and the question is so loaded, so full of things he is really asking, that Sabrina takes a moment to answer. She tells him that she is more than okay, that his mother is amazing, that his whole family is amazing, and that she does not know what she did to deserve any of it. Tucker pulls the car over to the side of the quiet suburban road, and in the darkness, with only the dashboard lights illuminating his face, he looks at her with an intensity that steals her breath. He tells her that she does not have to earn love, that it is not a prize to be won or a debt to be repaid. He tells her that she is worthy of it simply because she exists, simply because she is Sabrina, stubborn and scared and brilliant and brave. He says that he hopes one day she will believe that as easily as she believes in torts and statutes and all the other laws she has memorized to build her fortress. The chapter ends with Sabrina leaning across the console and kissing him, not with the desperate, hungry passion of their earlier encounters, but with a soft, trembling tenderness that says everything she cannot put into words. When they finally pull apart, Tucker rests his forehead against hers, and they sit there in the dark, breathing the same air, existing in the same fragile, hopeful space. Sabrina does not say "I love you," not yet, because the words feel too enormous, too dangerous, too much like tempting fate. But she thinks it. For the first time, she lets herself think it, and she does not immediately try to shove the thought away. The chapter closes on that small, seismic shift, the seed of something real planted in the soil of her reluctant heart, and for once, she does not want to dig it up. She wants to water it and watch it grow. Chapter 27 opens several days after the transformative family dinner, and the newfound ease between Sabrina and Tucker has settled into something resembling a real relationship, though neither of them has used that word yet. Sabrina finds herself waking up next to him more mornings than not, her body curved into his as naturally as if they have been doing this for years instead of weeks. The apartment feels different now, less like a temporary arrangement between roommates who happen to share a baby and more like a home. There are signs of Tucker everywhere, his hockey bag by the door, his protein powder in the kitchen cabinet, his worn hoodie draped over the back of the couch that Sabrina has started stealing because it smells like him. She has stopped complaining about the mess and has started, secretly, loving the evidence that he is a permanent part of her space. The fear is still there, lurking in the corners of her mind, but it has grown quieter, drowned out by the simple daily proof that Tucker is not going anywhere. The main conflict of this chapter arises not from Tucker or his family, but from Sabrina's ongoing battle with law school admissions. She receives an email that sends her into a spiral of anxiety, a notification that one of her top choice schools, the prestigious Boston College Law School, wants to schedule an interview with her. This should be wonderful news, the kind of opportunity she has been working toward her entire academic career. But the interview is scheduled for the same week as her 36-week pregnancy checkup, and suddenly Sabrina is faced with the terrifying reality of timing. What if she goes into labor early? What if she is so pregnant that she cannot focus or present herself professionally? What if the admissions committee takes one look at her swollen belly and decides she is not serious, not committed, not the kind of student they want representing their program? All the old insecurities come rushing back. The voice in her head that says she is trying to do too much, that she cannot be a mother and a law student, that she should have waited, planned better, been smarter. She does not tell Tucker about the interview at first. She retreats into her old habits, shutting herself in her room with her laptop and her spreadsheets and her meticulously color-coded calendar, trying to find a solution on her own. She considers asking to reschedule the interview, but she knows that could reflect poorly on her. She considers declining it altogether, but the thought makes her physically ill. She is so deep in her own head, so tangled in the impossible math of her life, that she does not notice Tucker standing in her doorway until he clears his throat. He asks what is wrong, not because he has been snooping, but because he knows her well enough now to read the tightness around her eyes and the way she has been chewing on her bottom lip until it is almost raw. Sabrina tries to brush him off, says it is nothing, just school stuff, but Tucker does not move. He leans against the doorframe with his arms crossed, patient and immovable, and simply waits. It is infuriating and wonderful in equal measure, and after a long, tense minute, she cracks. She tells him everything, the words tumbling out in a rushed, breathless flood. The interview, the timing, the fear that she is going to sabotage herself just as she is finally within reach of everything she has worked for. She admits that she is terrified of showing up to that interview looking undeniably pregnant, of being seen as a liability instead of an asset, of having all her carefully laid plans fall apart because her body chose the worst possible moment to remind everyone that she is a woman with different priorities. Tucker listens without interrupting, his expression serious and focused. When she finally runs out of words, exhausted and angry and on the verge of tears, he pushes off the doorframe and crosses the room to sit beside her on the narrow bed. He takes her hands in his and tells her that she is looking at this all wrong. He says that carrying a child while applying to law school is not a weakness. It is a testament to her strength, her determination, her refusal to let anything stop her. Any admissions committee worth their salt, he argues, would see that and want her more, not less. Sabrina wants to believe him, but the doubt is too ingrained, too old. She shakes her head and tries to pull her hands away, but Tucker holds on. He asks her if she has ever met a single person who accomplished something extraordinary by waiting for the perfect, convenient moment. He asks her if she thinks her grandmother had an easy path, raising a granddaughter when she should have been retiring. He asks her if she thinks he had an easy path, growing up as a kid who was too big and too aggressive and too rough, told by coaches and teachers alike that he would never make it past high school hockey. The answer to all of these questions is no. Success, Tucker says, is not about finding the easy road. It is about showing up on the hard road anyway, about being so goddamn stubborn that the universe has no choice but to get out of your way. He tells her that she is the most stubborn person he has ever met, and he means it as the highest compliment. The conversation shifts then to logistics, because Sabrina cannot help herself, and because Tucker knows that practical solutions are the only thing that will quiet her racing mind. They talk through the timing of the interview, the distance to the hospital, the various scenarios for early labor. Tucker promises to drive her to the interview, to wait outside in the car, to have the hospital bag packed and ready in the back seat. He promises to learn every single sign of labor so he can pull her out of that interview the second she needs to leave, without hesitation and without apology. He tells her that this baby is not a barrier to her dreams, but a part of them, and that any law school lucky enough to have her will understand that. By the time he is done, Sabrina is not entirely free of fear, but the fear has shrunk down to a manageable size, no longer an insurmountable wall, but a hurdle she can see herself clearing. That night, they lie in Tucker's bed with the lights off, the room lit only by the pale glow of streetlights through the thin curtains. Sabrina has her head on his chest, listening to the steady, reassuring rhythm of his heart, and she finds herself thinking about the word love again. It has been hovering at the edge of her consciousness for days, growing louder and more insistent. She almost says it, the words forming on her tongue, but she swallows them back, not because she is afraid of what Tucker will say, but because she wants to say it at the right moment, a moment that is hers to choose, not a panicked response to fear, or a grateful reaction to his kindness. She wants it to be real and intentional, a gift she gives him freely. So she stays quiet, pressing a soft kiss to his collarbone instead, and lets the feeling wash over her in the dark. The chapter ends with a brief shift in perspective, giving the reader a glimpse inside Tucker's head for just a moment. He lies awake long after Sabrina's breathing has evened out into sleep, staring at the ceiling with a smile he cannot quite suppress. He knows what she almost said tonight. He saw it in her eyes, heard it in the pause of her breath, and he is not going to push or rush or demand. He is going to wait, patient as always, because she is worth waiting for. He runs his fingers lightly through her hair and thinks about how different his life looks now compared to a few months ago, how a casual hookup with a prickly, brilliant, terrified girl has become the center of his entire world. He thinks about the interview and the baby and the future, and for the first time, none of it feels like pressure. It feels like possibility. The chapter closes with Tucker pressing a kiss to the top of Sabrina's head, and finally letting his own eyes close, the two of them tangled together in the quiet dark, moving inch by inch towards something neither of them is ready to name, but both of them are beginning to trust. Chapter 28 arrives like a slow burn, a chapter of quiet preparation and unspoken promises as Sabrina's due date creeps closer and the law school interview looms on the same precarious week. The air in the apartment has changed, charged with a nervous energy that neither Sabrina nor Tucker acknowledges directly, but both feel pulsing beneath every interaction. Sabrina has entered the phase of pregnancy where sleep is a distant memory, her body too heavy and her mind too restless to find more than a few hours of uneasy rest. She spends her nights propped up on pillows, reading case law by the soft glow of her phone, while Tucker sleeps beside her with one hand thrown across her hip, as if even in unconsciousness he is determined to anchor her to the ground. She has stopped trying to move his hand away. Instead, she finds herself covering his fingers with her own, tracing the lines of his knuckles, memorizing the feel of him in the dark. The interview is now only 3 days away, and Sabrina has prepared with the same obsessive intensity she brings to everything. She has practiced answering questions in front of the mirror until her reflection blurs. She has researched every professor on the admissions committee, memorized the school's recent clinics and journals, and rehearsed a dozen different ways to explain the gap in her extracurricular activities without saying the words, "I was growing a human." But no amount of preparation can quiet the specific fear that gnaws at her, the fear of being seen as less than, of having her competence questioned because of her visible, undeniable condition. She tries on her interview outfit for the 100th time, a professional black dress with a loose cardigan that she hopes will minimize the prominence of her belly. Tucker walks into the bedroom as she is turning sideways in front of the closet mirror, frowning at her reflection, and he stops dead in the doorway. She braces herself for a joke or a platitude, but Tucker says neither. Instead, he walks up behind her, wraps his arms around her from behind, and rests his chin on her shoulder. He looks at their reflection, his large frame curving around her smaller, rounder one, and he tells her that she looks like a force of nature. He says that if he walked into a law school interview and saw a woman who was 9 months pregnant and still refusing to slow down, he would hire her on the spot, because that is the kind of person who does not quit. Sabrina wants to roll her eyes, but his reflection is so sincere, so utterly convinced of what he is saying, that she feels the knot in her chest loosen just a fraction. She leans back against him and lets herself breathe. The next major event of the chapter unfolds when Sabrina's grandmother calls with news that throws everything into temporary chaos. Her grandmother's landlord has decided to sell the small apartment building where she has lived for 20 years, and all the tenants have been given 60 days to find new housing. Sabrina listens in horror as her grandmother describes the situation in her usual matter-of-fact tone, as if being displaced from her home at 72 years old is just another minor inconvenience. Sabrina's first instinct is to drop everything and drive the 3 hours to her grandmother's town to fix this problem the way she has fixed every problem in their lives since she was a child. But she is 36 weeks pregnant, with an interview in 3 days and a baby who could arrive at any moment. The helplessness is crushing, a familiar weight that makes her want to scream. Tucker finds her on the couch an hour later, still clutching her phone, her face pale and set in the stubborn mask she wears when she is trying not to fall apart. She explains the situation in short, clipped sentences, already running through mental calculations of how she can afford to help, whether she can take out another loan, whether she can convince her grandmother to move into a retirement community she cannot afford. Tucker listens carefully, then asks a question that stops her cold. He asks why her grandmother does not just move in with them. Sabrina stares at him, as if he has suggested moving the moon into the backyard. The apartment is already crowded with 4 people, she says. There is no room. Her grandmother would never accept. It is not his responsibility. Tucker counters each objection with calm practicality. Dean and Ali are moving out at the end of the month, he reminds her, which means there will be an empty bedroom. The apartment is already set up for a baby, so it is safe and accessible. And as for responsibility, he says quietly, her grandmother is family. His family. End of discussion. Sabrina opens her mouth to argue, to point out all the reasons this is a terrible idea, but her voice cracks instead. The tears come without warning, hot and embarrassing, and she buries her face in her hands to hide them. Tucker sits down beside her and pulls her against his chest, not shushing her or telling her everything will be fine, just holding her while she cries. She cries for her grandmother, for the years of instability, for the fact that she has spent her whole life trying to build a safe place, and now someone else is offering to help her build it. When the tears finally slow, she looks up at him with red-rimmed eyes and asks if he is sure. Really sure. Because this is not just about her anymore. This is about her grandmother, about the baby, about tying their lives together in ways that go far beyond a shared apartment and a co-parenting arrangement. Tucker cups her face in his hands and tells her that he has never been more sure of anything in his life. The chapter then shifts to the day of the interview. Tucker drives her to the Boston College campus in silence, except for the soft music playing from the speakers and the occasional squeeze of his hand on her knee. Sabrina is so nervous that she thinks she might be sick, but she swallows the nausea and forces herself to walk through the doors of the law school building alone. The interview is held in a small, windowless conference room, and the 2 admissions officers who greet her are polite but professional, their faces giving away nothing. They ask the standard questions about her grades, her LSAT score, her reasons for choosing law. Sabrina answers each one with practiced ease, her voice steady even as her heart pounds. And then comes the question she has been dreading. One of the interviewers, a woman with kind eyes and a sharp grey suit, gestures vaguely towards Sabrina's belly and asks how she plans to balance the demands of law school with the demands of new motherhood. For a split second, Sabrina freezes. The old fear surges, the voice that says, "See, they are judging you. They think you cannot handle it. You should have waited." But then she thinks about Tucker waiting in the car, about her grandmother's stubborn love, about the baby who kicks every time she reads a legal brief out loud. She takes a breath and answers. She tells them honestly that it will not be easy, that she does not expect it to be easy, but that she has never chosen the easy path. She talks about growing up in foster care, about putting herself through college, about the scholarships she has earned and the sleepless nights she has survived. She tells them that becoming a mother has not made her less committed to becoming a lawyer. It has made her more committed because now she has someone else to fight for. By the time she finishes, the room is silent. The woman in the grey suit is no longer expressionless. She is smiling. The interview ends with handshakes and promises of a decision within 2 weeks. Sabrina walks out of the building on unsteady legs, her mind reeling, and finds Tucker leaning against the car, his face tight with worry. She does not say anything. She just walks into his arms and holds on. He asks how it went, his voice rough, and she tells him that she does not know, that she said what she felt, that for the first time she did not try to hide who she was or what she was carrying. Tucker pulls back just enough to look at her face, and then he grins, that wide, brilliant grin that makes her forget why she ever tried to resist him. He tells her that he is proud of her, that no matter what happens, she showed up, and she was brave, and that is the whole damn point. The chapter ends with them driving home through the cold February evening, the city lights reflecting off the wet streets, and Sabrina rests her hand on her belly and lets herself feel something dangerously close to hope. The interview is over. The waiting has begun. And for once, she is not alone in the dark, wondering if she will be enough. Chapter 29 opens 1 week after the law school interview, and the waiting has become its own kind of torture for Sabrina. Every time her phone buzzes, her heart lurches into her throat, only to deflate when she sees it is a spam email or a text from Tucker asking what she wants for dinner. The silence from Boston College Law School feels deafening, and she has taken to checking her application portal upwards of 20 times a day, as if refreshing the page will somehow force a decision to appear. Tucker has stopped teasing her about it, recognizing that her obsessive behavior is not about a lack of patience, but about a lifetime of being told no, of watching doors close just as she reached for the handle. She needs this yes so badly that she can taste it, and the terror of a rejection, of being told she is not good enough, even after she laid her whole self bare in that interview, has settled into her bones like a flu she cannot shake. The apartment, meanwhile, is in the chaotic throes of transition. Dean and Allie have officially moved out, leaving behind an empty bedroom that Sabrina's grandmother will occupy once she sells her furniture and says goodbye to the only home she has known for 2 decades. Sabrina has thrown herself into preparing the space, scrubbing baseboards and painting walls a soft, calming blue that her grandmother mentioned liking once in a phone call years ago. Tucker watches her from the doorway with a mixture of admiration and concern, noting how she has been running on caffeine and anxiety for days, her hands constantly moving because stillness means thinking and thinking means worrying. He gently steers her away from the paintbrush more than once, making her sit down to eat or rest, and each time she complies with a grudging gratitude that she would never admit out loud. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes in the form of an unexpected visitor. Sabrina is alone in the apartment on a grey Saturday afternoon, folding baby clothes that seem impossibly tiny in her hands, when a knock sounds at the door. She assumes it is Tucker, who had gone to the grocery store an hour ago, but when she opens the door, it is not Tucker standing there. It is a woman she has never seen before, middle-aged with tired eyes and a worn coat, holding a crumpled piece of paper in her gloved hand. The woman introduces herself as Susan, and she says she is looking for Sabrina James. Sabrina's body goes cold, every protective instinct flaring to life, because she has learned the hard way that strangers who know her name rarely bring good news. Susan shifts uncomfortably on the doormat and explains that she is a social worker, not with Child Protective Services, she adds quickly, seeing the flash of panic on Sabrina's face, but with a foster care alumni support program. The name hits Sabrina like a slap. She has spent years trying to outrun the label of foster kid, to bury that chapter of her life so deep that no one would ever find it. And now, here it is, standing on her doorstep, asking to be let in. Susan explains that the program connects former foster youth with resources and community, and that someone, she will not say who, submitted Sabrina's name as someone who might benefit from their mentorship network. Sabrina wants to slam the door. She wants to pretend she never heard any of this. But her body will not move because some small, starved part of her, the part that remembers being a terrified 12-year-old, shuffled from one strange house to another, is curious despite everything. She steps aside and lets Susan in. They sit on the couch, and Susan talks softly about the program, about the staggering statistics, about how many former foster youth struggle with food insecurity and housing instability even years after aging out of the system. Sabrina listens in stony silence, her arms crossed protectively over her belly. She does not want to be a statistic. She has spent her whole life refusing to be a statistic. And yet, as Susan speaks, Sabrina recognizes the truth underneath her defensiveness. She has been struggling. Every scholarship, every job, every meal has been a battle. The idea of a safety net, of someone who understands, of mentorship that does not come with strings attached, is so foreign that she does not know what to do with it. Susan leaves a business card on the coffee table and tells Sabrina to think about it, that there is no pressure, that the program will still be there whenever she is ready. After Susan leaves, Sabrina stares at the card for a long time, her hand resting on the small cardstock rectangle as if it might burn her. Tucker returns to find her in the same position, still staring. She tells him what happened, her voice flat and emotionless, the way she always sounds when she is trying very hard not to feel anything. Tucker listens, puts away the groceries, and then sits down beside her. He does not tell her what to do. He does not say she should call or that she should not. Instead, he asks her what she wants, and that is the question Sabrina has never known how to answer. She has spent her life doing what she had to do, surviving what she had to survive, pushing toward a goal that was always about escaping rather than arriving. What does she want? Not what does she need, not what is practical, not what will keep her safe. What does she want? The question hangs in the air between them, and for the first time, Sabrina does not have an immediate defensive answer. The chapter then shifts to later that night, when Sabrina cannot sleep, and Tucker is snoring softly beside her. She slips out of bed and pads barefoot to the living room, where the business card still sits on the coffee table. She picks it up and reads the name of the program again, a simple name that promises nothing and everything. She thinks about the girls she knew in foster care, the ones who aged out and vanished into the cracks, the ones who ended up on the streets or in bad relationships or worse. She thinks about how close she came to being one of them, how a few good breaks and a grandmother who refused to give up on her made all the difference. And she thinks about her own child, the baby girl she is carrying, and what she would want for her if the worst happened. She would want someone to reach out a hand. She would want her daughter to be brave enough to take it. Sabrina does not call the number tonight. She is not ready, and she will not pretend to be. But she does something almost as significant. She tucks the business card into her wallet, next to her driver's license and her one credit card, a place of honor she did not know she was reserving for it. The act feels terrifying and liberating in equal measure, like opening a door she has kept locked for years and peering into the darkness on the other side, unsure of what is out there, but no longer certain she wants to stay in this small, safe room forever. She goes back to bed and slides under the covers, and Tucker, half awake, reaches for her automatically, pulling her against his chest with a sleepy murmur. She closes her eyes and listens to his heartbeat, steady and sure, and she lets herself imagine a future where she is not just surviving, but thriving, not just protected, but loved. The chapter ends with a small, quiet moment the next morning. Tucker is making breakfast, and Sabrina is sitting at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of decaf tea. Without looking up from the eggs he is scrambling, Tucker asks if she has thought any more about the social worker's visit. Sabrina is quiet for a long moment, and then she says yes. She says she is not ready to call yet, but she is not going to throw the card away either. Tucker turns from the stove, spatula in hand, and looks at her with an expression that makes her chest ache. He does not say he is proud of her, because he knows she would deflect or bristle. Instead, he just nods and says that sounds like a good plan. It is such a simple response, so free of pressure or expectation, that Sabrina feels something loosen in her chest. She is not fixed. She is not healed. But she is trying, and for the first time, Trying does not feel like a weakness. It feels like the bravest thing she has ever done. The chapter closes with them eating breakfast together in the warm, messy kitchen, the business card tucked safely in her wallet, the future still uncertain, but no longer quite so terrifying. Chapter 30 arrives like a held breath finally released, and it brings with it the long-awaited news from Boston College Law School. Sabrina is alone when the email comes, sitting in the apartment on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, her laptop balanced on her swollen belly as she half-heartedly reviews flashcards for a mock trial competition she has not had the energy to care about. The notification pops up at the corner of her screen, a single line of text that says your application decision has been posted. For a full 30 seconds, she does not click it. She stares at the words as if they are written in a language she does not understand, her heart hammering so hard against her ribs that she can feel the echo of it in her fingertips. Every fear she has ever had about her own worth, every whispered doubt from every foster home and every teacher who told her she was aiming too high, every sleepless night spent wondering if she was good enough, smart enough, strong enough. All of it converges into this single moment. She thinks about calling Tucker, about asking him to read it first, about delaying the verdict just a few more minutes so she can exist in the suspended space between maybe yes and maybe no. But she has never been the kind of person who hides from her own life, and she is not about to start now. She clicks the link. The decision letter loads slowly, painfully, the circle on her screen spinning as if it knows the weight of what it is carrying. And then the words appear, black and white and irrevocable. "Dear Ms. James," it begins, "we are pleased to inform you." Sabrina reads the sentence 3 times before her brain allows the meaning to penetrate. Pleased to inform you. She has been accepted. She is going to law school. The laugh that escapes her is loud and startled, almost a sob, and she claps both hands over her mouth as if to hold the sound inside. But it is no use. The tears come next, hot and messy and completely unstoppable, and she cries not because she is sad, but because she has been holding her breath for so long that she forgot what it felt like to exhale. She has done it. All those years of fighting, all those scholarships and jobs and sleepless nights, all the times she wanted to give up and did not. It has all led to this single, beautiful, terrifying yes. She calls Tucker immediately, her fingers fumbling with the phone, and when he answers, she cannot get the words out. She is crying too hard, laughing too loud, and for a horrible moment she thinks he will misunderstand, will think something is wrong with the baby. But then she manages to choke out the words. Accepted. I got accepted. And the silence on the other end of the line is so profound that she checks to make sure the call is still connected. And then Tucker speaks, his voice rough and thick in a way she has never heard before, and he says her name like a prayer, like a promise, like the answer to a question he did not know he was asking. He tells her he is coming home, right now, and he hangs up before she can tell him not to drive too fast. He makes it back to the apartment in what must be a new record, bursting through the door with rain slicking his hair and his chest heaving as if he has run the entire way. Sabrina is still on the couch, still crying, still clutching her laptop like a lifeline, and Tucker crosses the room in 3 strides and pulls her into his arms so carefully, so reverently, mindful of her belly between them. He holds her face in his hands and kisses her forehead, her cheeks, the tip of her nose, and then he says the words she has been too afraid to say first. I love you, he says. I love you so much it scares me. And Sabrina, who has spent her entire life running away from those 3 words, who has built walls so high and so thick that she thought no one would ever breach them, looks into his eyes and says them back. I love you too. The words feel like jumping off a cliff, like letting go of a ledge she has been clinging to for years. But when she lands in his arms, and he does not let her fall. The celebration that follows is quiet and private, nothing like the loud parties she imagines other accepted students might have. Tucker orders takeout from her favorite Thai restaurant, lights a few candles he finds in the back of a kitchen drawer, and pours her sparkling cider into a wine glass while he drinks an actual beer. They eat on the couch, with the rain pattering against the windows, and Tucker makes her tell the whole story, every detail of how she felt when she opened the email, what she was wearing, what music was playing, as if he wants to memorize the moment and store it away forever. Sabrina finds herself talking more than she intended, telling him about the little girl who used to hide in the library during foster care because it was the only place she felt safe. The teenager who worked 2 jobs while maintaining a 4.0 GPA, the young woman who was told by a high school counselor that she was not law school material. Tucker listens to all of it, his jaw tight with anger at every person who ever doubted her, his eyes bright with pride at every obstacle she overcame. When she finally runs out of words, he takes her hand and tells her that Boston College did not just accept her, they are lucky to have her, and she almost believes him. The chapter then shifts to later that evening, when Sabrina calls her grandmother to share the news. Her grandmother answers on the first ring, as if she has been waiting by the phone. And when Sabrina tells her, the old woman lets out a whoop so loud that Sabrina has to hold the phone away from her ear. Her grandmother cries too, not bothering to hide it. And she tells Sabrina that she always knew, always believed, even when Sabrina did not believe in herself. She talks about the first time little Sabrina came to live with her, a scrawny, suspicious girl with eyes that had seen too much and a mouth that never stopped asking questions. She knew then, her grandmother says, that this girl was going to do something extraordinary. Sabrina laughs and tells her grandmother that going to law school is not extraordinary. It is just a lot of reading and a lot of debt. But her grandmother will not hear it. It is extraordinary because you are extraordinary, she says, and Sabrina has no response to that, except to cry a little more. The chapter does not end on this high note, however, because Elle Kennedy knows that life is never just one thing. As Sabrina is hanging up with her grandmother, her phone buzzes again with a text from an unknown number. The message is brief and cruel, designed to wound. Congratulations on law school, it reads. Must be nice to have Tucker pay your way like he pays for everything else. Sabrina's blood runs cold. She does not recognize the number, but she recognizes the malice, the implication that she has not earned this, that she is just another girl sleeping her way to the top. The old Sabrina would have retreated immediately, would have let the poison seep into her veins and rot her from the inside out. But the new Sabrina, the one who has been learning to stand still and let herself be loved, takes a different approach. She shows Tucker the message. His face darkens with fury and he immediately starts typing back a response, but she stops him. She tells him that she does not need him to fight this battle for her. She deletes the message, blocks the number, and sets the phone down. She looks at Tucker and says that she refuses to let some anonymous coward ruin this day. She earned her acceptance. She knows it. He knows it. Her grandmother knows it. That is enough. Tucker stares at her for a long moment, and then he smiles, slow and proud, and he kisses her again. The chapter closes with Sabrina and Tucker lying in bed, the rain still falling outside, the apartment dark and warm around them. Sabrina has her head on his chest, his hand tracing lazy circles on her belly, and she is thinking about the girl she used to be, the girl who would have let that text message destroy her. That girl is still in there somewhere. still scared, still waiting for the other shoe to drop. But she is quieter now, drowned out by the sound of Tucker's heartbeat and the tiny kicks of their daughter and the quiet, persistent voice in her own head that is finally learning to say, "I am enough." The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, the acceptance email still glowing on her phone screen on the nightstand, and for the first time in her life, she does not dream of running away. She dreams of arriving. Chapter 31 opens 3 days after the law school acceptance, and the anonymous text message that tried to poison Sabrina's joy has not been forgotten, but it has been pushed to the edges of her mind by the more immediate demands of her body. At 37 weeks pregnant, everything is harder than it used to be. Walking from the bedroom to the kitchen leaves her breathless. Putting on her own shoes requires a strategy involving pillows and creative angles. The baby, whom she and Tucker have privately started calling Bean after an ultrasound where she looked like a tiny legume, has taken to using Sabrina's ribs as a jungle gym, and the constant kicking is equal parts miraculous and exhausting. Tucker has become almost comically attentive, timing her contractions even though they are still Braxton Hicks, researching the signs of labor obsessively on his phone, and carrying the hospital bag everywhere they go, as if the baby might arrive in the middle of a grocery run. Sabrina would normally find this suffocating, would snap at him to back off and give her space. But something about the acceptance letter has softened her sharp edges. She is still Sabrina, still prickly and independent and prone to sarcasm. But there is a new layer underneath now, a quiet gratitude that she does not have to do this alone. The main conflict of this chapter arises from a source Sabrina never expected. Tucker's ex-girlfriend, a woman named Vanessa, who has been mentioned in passing but never fully materialized until now. Sabrina is at the campus coffee shop, waiting for a decaf latte and trying to ignore the way her back aches in 2 different places at once, when a tall, slender woman with perfect hair and an expensive handbag approaches her table. The woman smiles, but it does not reach her eyes, and she introduces herself as Vanessa, before sitting down without an invitation. Sabrina's guard goes up immediately, every instinct screaming that this woman did not come here to be friends. Vanessa wastes no time with pleasantries. She says she has heard about the baby, about the engagement, about the law school acceptance, and she wants to give Sabrina some advice. The word advice drips with condescension, and Sabrina feels her hackles rise. Vanessa leans across the table and says, in a voice that is sweet and poisonous in equal measure, that Tucker has a habit of playing the hero, of sweeping in to rescue women who cannot rescue themselves. She says that she knows, because she was one of them. And she warns Sabrina that once Tucker realizes she is not a damsel in distress, once she starts succeeding on her own terms and no longer needs his saving, he will get bored and move on to the next project. The words hit Sabrina like a physical blow, not because she believes them, but because they tap directly into her deepest fear, the fear that she is only lovable when she is broken, that the moment she becomes whole, she will be abandoned. The old Sabrina would have lashed out, would have told Vanessa exactly where she could shove her advice, would have stormed out with her pride in tatters and her heart locked back inside its cage. But the new Sabrina, the one who has been learning to breathe and trust and stand still, does something different. She looks at Vanessa with calm, steady eyes and asks why she is really here. Vanessa falters for just a second, and in that second, Sabrina sees the truth underneath the cruelty. Vanessa is not warning her. She is warning herself. She is seeing in Sabrina the woman she could have been if she had been braver, stronger, more willing to stand on her own 2 feet. The warning is not about Tucker at all. It is about Vanessa's own regret, dressed up as concern. Sabrina tells her this, quietly and without malice, and then she stands up, picks up her decaf latte, and walks away. Her hands are shaking, and her heart is pounding, and she wants nothing more than to go home and hide under the covers. But she does not hide. She walks out of the coffee shop with her head held high, and she does not look back. She does not tell Tucker about the encounter at first. She is not sure why, except that she needs to process it on her own, to untangle the knots Vanessa tied inside her chest before she lets anyone else see them. She spends the afternoon on the couch, flipping through a baby name book without really seeing the pages, her mind looping back to Vanessa's words again and again. What if it is true? What if Tucker loves the fight more than the victory? What happens when she is no longer a project, no longer someone who needs to be saved? She has spent her whole life believing that love is conditional, that people stay only as long as you need them and leave the moment you become inconvenient. Vanessa's warning is just the echo of a belief Sabrina has carried since childhood, and the echo is loud enough to make her doubt everything she has been building with Tucker. Tucker finds her on the couch hours later, still staring at the same page of the baby name book, and he knows immediately that something is wrong. He sits down beside her, not touching, just present, and he waits. That patient, unflinching presence is what finally breaks her open. She tells him about Vanessa. Every word, every poisonous insinuation, every fear it stirred up inside her. She tells him that she is terrified of becoming someone he no longer wants, of being left behind the moment she no longer needs rescuing. Tucker listens without interrupting, his face unreadable. And when she finishes, he is quiet for a long moment. Then he takes her hand and tells her that he is not with her because she needs saving. He is with her because she is the strongest person he has ever met, because she has survived things that would have destroyed most people, because she looks at a world that has been cruel to her and refuses to become cruel in return. He tells her that he fell in love with her stubbornness, her intelligence, her sharp tongue, and her even sharper mind. He fell in love with the way she fights, not because she is weak, but because she is so goddamn strong that she never learned how to stop. He is not going to get bored. He is not going to leave. And if Vanessa or anyone else tries to tell her otherwise, they will have to go through him. Sabrina wants to believe him. She wants it so badly that it hurts. But believing is not the same as knowing, and the fear is still there, coiled in her chest like a sleeping snake. She tells him this, honestly, because she has promised herself that she will stop hiding the ugly parts. Tucker nods, acknowledging her fear without dismissing it, and then he asks her if she trusts him. Not if she loves him, not if she believes he is a good person, but if she trusts him. Sabrina thinks about every time he has shown up, every time he has kept his word, every time he has put her first, even when she was pushing him away. She thinks about the hospital bag in the hallway and the vitamins on the kitchen counter and the way he rubs her feet without being asked. And she realizes that she does trust him. Not perfectly, not completely, not in the way someone who has never been hurt trusts, but enough. She trusts him enough to try. She tells him yes, and the word feels like a bridge being built between them, plank by careful plank. The chapter then shifts to a lighter moment, a deliberate choice by the author to remind the reader that even in the midst of emotional turmoil, life continues in small, absurd ways. Tucker decides that what Sabrina needs is a distraction, and he announces that they are going to spend the evening picking out a baby name, no arguments. Sabrina rolls her eyes but agrees, and they spend the next 2 hours lying on the couch, scrolling through lists of names and vetoing each other's suggestions with increasing ridiculousness. Tucker suggests naming the baby after his favorite hockey player, and Sabrina threatens to name her after a Supreme Court justice so long and unpronounceable that no one will ever be able to call her to dinner. They laugh until their stomachs hurt, until Sabrina forgets about Vanessa and the text message, and every fear she has been carrying. They do not settle on a name by the end of the night, but they come close, hovering around the name Clara, which means bright and clear. It feels right to Sabrina, a name that promises light after so many years of darkness, but she is not ready to commit. She wants to hold it in her heart for a little while longer before she speaks it aloud. The chapter closes with Sabrina and Tucker in bed, the room dark except for the soft glow of the streetlights outside. Sabrina is lying on her side, facing Tucker, his hand resting on her belly where the baby is doing her evening gymnastics. Vanessa's words are still there, lurking at the edges of her mind, but they are quieter now, drowned out by Tucker's steady breathing and the warmth of his body beside hers. She thinks about trust, about how it is not a destination, but a practice, something you choose over and over again, even when it is hard. She chooses it now, not with grand declarations, but with a small, simple gesture. She reaches out in the dark and laces her fingers through Tucker's, and he squeezes back immediately, as if he has been waiting for her to reach for him. The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, her hand in his, her fear not gone, but manageable, and she lets herself believe, just for tonight, that she is exactly where she is supposed to be. Chapter 32 begins with a jolt in the darkest hour of the night. Sabrina wakes to a sensation she has never felt before, a deep, rhythmic tightening that rolls across her belly like a wave, and for a confused moment, she thinks she has eaten something that disagreed with her. But then another wave comes, and another, and the clinical part of her brain, the part that has read every pregnancy book in the library, clicks into cold clarity. These are not Braxton Hicks. These are real contractions, and they are coming at regular intervals. She lies still in the dark, counting the seconds between each wave of pressure, her heart beginning to race. Beside her, Tucker sleeps peacefully, one arm thrown over his head, his mouth slightly open, utterly unaware that their entire world is about to shift. Sabrina considers waking him immediately, but the stubborn part of her, the part that has handled everything alone for her entire life, wants to wait, wants to be sure, wants to prove that she can still manage this by herself. But then a contraction hits harder than the ones before, and she gasps, and Tucker is awake instantly, sitting up with the alertness of an athlete who has trained his body to respond to the smallest stimulus. "What is it?" he demands, his voice rough with sleep and immediate concern. "Is it the baby?" Sabrina nods, unable to speak through another wave of pain, and Tucker transforms before her eyes from a sleepy boyfriend into a focused, efficient partner. He checks his phone, timing the contractions while simultaneously throwing on clothes and grabbing the hospital bag they have kept packed by the door. Sabrina tries to get up, but her body feels foreign and unwieldy, and Tucker is there instantly, his arm around her waist, supporting her weight without making her feel weak. She wants to tell him that she is fine, that she can do this herself, but the words will not come, and for once, she lets herself lean on him. The drive to the hospital is a blur of streetlights and stop signs, Tucker's hand gripping hers so tightly that she thinks he might break her fingers. He keeps saying it is going to be okay, over and over, as if he is trying to convince himself as much as her. Sabrina focuses on her breathing, on the spaces between the contractions, on the fact that in a matter of hours, she is going to meet the tiny person who has been growing inside her for 9 months. The hospital is bright and loud and chaotic, But the nurses are kind and efficient, whisking Sabrina into a delivery room and checking her progress with calm professionalism. She is dilated to 4 centimeters, they announce, which means this is the real thing. Tucker never leaves her side. He holds her hand through every cervical check, every blood draw, every wave of pain that makes her want to scream. He fetches ice chips when her mouth goes dry, rubs her lower back when the contractions settle there, and tells her she is amazing so many times that the word loses all meaning. Sabrina, who has always hated being vulnerable in front of anyone, finds that she does not mind being vulnerable in front of him. There is no room for pride here, no space for walls. There is only the primal, all-consuming work of bringing a new life into the world, and Tucker is her anchor, steady and unwavering in the storm. The labor progresses slowly, painfully, beautifully. Hours pass, marked by the beeping of monitors and the changing shifts of nurses and the slow crawl of daylight across the hospital room window. Sabrina tries different positions, leaning on Tucker, kneeling on the bed, sitting on a birthing ball while he holds her hands. She loses track of time, loses track of her own name, loses track of everything except the rhythm of her body and the sound of Tucker's voice in her ear. At some point, her grandmother arrives, having driven through the night after Tucker called her from the car. The old woman slips into the room quietly, takes one look at her granddaughter laboring on the bed, and settles into a chair in the corner with tears streaming down her face. She does not interfere, does not offer unsolicited advice. She just watches, her presence a quiet reminder that Sabrina has never been as alone as she once believed. The hardest moment comes when the contractions are coming one on top of another, and Sabrina is exhausted and terrified and convinced that she cannot do this. She says it out loud, a broken whisper, "I cannot do this." And Tucker, who has been strong for hours, finally cracks. His eyes fill with tears, and he leans his forehead against hers and tells her that she can, that she is the strongest person he knows, that she has survived foster care and poverty and a lifetime of people telling her she was not enough. He tells her that this baby is so lucky to have her as a mother, and that he is so lucky to have her as his partner. He tells her that he loves her over and over, a litany of devotion that wraps around her like a shield. Sabrina finds something deep inside herself, a reservoir of strength she did not know she had, and she pushes. She pushes through the pain, through the fear, through every voice that ever told her she would fail. She pushes until the room fills with a new sound, a cry so loud and so fierce and so alive that it stops her heart and restarts it all at once. And then the baby is there, small and slippery and perfect, placed on Sabrina's chest by a smiling nurse. Sabrina looks down at the tiny face, the scrunched-up eyes, the rosebud mouth, and she does not feel joy at first. She feels awe, a profound and terrifying wonder that this person, this whole entire person, came from her body. She counts the fingers and the toes, 10 each, and the tears come then, hot and silent and unstoppable. Tucker is crying too, she notices, great silent sobs that shake his shoulders, and he reaches out one finger to touch the baby's cheek as if she might disappear. "It is a girl," the nurse announces, though Sabrina already knew, already felt it in her bones. A girl. A daughter. Someone she will protect with every fiber of her being. Someone she will fight for in ways she never fought for herself. The chaos of the delivery room fades as the nurses clean and check the baby, wrapping her in a white hospital blanket and placing a tiny striped hat on her head. Sabrina holds her again, marveling at the weight of her, the warmth of her, the impossible reality of her existence. Tucker sits on the edge of the bed, his arm around Sabrina, his other hand cradling the baby's head. and the three of them exist in a small, sacred bubble of time. Sabrina looks at Tucker, at the wonder on his face, and she finally says the name they have been holding in their hearts. Clara, she whispers. Clara James Tucker. Tucker looks at her with an expression she cannot name, something between joy and grief and overwhelming love, and he nods. Clara. It is perfect. The chapter ends with Sabrina's grandmother approaching the bed, her old hands trembling as she reaches out to touch her great-granddaughter's cheek. 4 generations of women, broken and healed and broken again, all gathered in this small hospital room. Sabrina looks at her grandmother, at Tucker, at the tiny face of her daughter, and she understands something she has never understood before. Family is not about blood or obligation or the absence of pain. Family is about showing up, about choosing each other, about staying even when it is hard. And for the first time in her life, Sabrina is surrounded by people who have chosen her, who are staying, who are not going anywhere. The chapter closes with her closing her eyes, Clara warm against her chest, Tucker's hand in hers, and she lets the exhaustion take her, not into darkness, but into the deepest, most peaceful sleep she has ever known. Chapter 33 opens in the hazy, surreal world of the postpartum hospital room, where time seems to move both too quickly and not at all. Sabrina surfaces from sleep slowly, disoriented by the pale morning light filtering through the blinds and the unfamiliar ache in every muscle of her body. For a blissful moment, she does not remember. Then she turns her head and sees the clear plastic bassinet beside her bed, and inside it, a tiny bundled shape, and the memory crashes over her in a wave of wonder. Clara, her daughter. She sits up too fast, wincing at the protest from her sore body, and leans over the bassinet to peer at the sleeping infant. Clara's face is small and perfect, her skin impossibly soft, her lips pursed in a dreamy pout. Sabrina reaches out one finger to trace the curve of her cheek, and the touch sends a jolt of something electric through her chest, a fierce, primal love that terrifies her in its intensity. She has spent her whole life afraid of loving too much, of caring too deeply, of giving someone the power to hurt her. But looking at this baby, she understands that she does not have a choice. The love is already there, bigger than her, older than her, deeper than any fear she has ever known. Tucker is asleep in the vinyl chair beside the bed, his long legs stretched out in front of him, his head tilted back at an angle that cannot possibly be comfortable. He has not left the hospital room since they arrived, not even to get coffee or stretch his legs. The nurses have brought him blankets and pillows, and he has refused them all, preferring to stay within arm's reach of Sabrina and Clara. Watching him sleep, Sabrina notices the dark circles under his eyes, the exhaustion etched into the lines of his face, and her heart swells with a gratitude so vast that she does not know where to put it. She thinks about all the nights she spent alone, all the times she wished for someone to be there and no one was. And now here he is, not because he has to be, not because of obligation or guilt, but because he wants to be, because he loves her, because he loves their daughter. The realization is still new enough to feel fragile, and she handles it carefully, like a piece of glass she is afraid to break. The baby stirs, her tiny face scrunching up in preparation for a cry, and Sabrina lifts her from the bassinet with hands that are surprisingly steady. She has never held a newborn before, never been this close to something so small and so precious. But her body seems to know what to do. She cradles Clara against her chest, supporting her head the way the nurse showed her, and the baby settles immediately, rooting instinctively toward the warmth of her mother. Sabrina looks down at her daughter and whispers the words she has been too afraid to say out loud. I will never leave you. I will never let anyone hurt you. I will be the mother I never had. The promises feel dangerous because she knows better than anyone that life does not care about promises. But she makes them anyway because Clara deserves someone who tries, someone who shows up, someone who fights. And Sabrina has been fighting her whole life. She can fight for this too. Tucker wakes to the soft sound of Sabrina humming, a tuneless melody she did not know she knew. He blinks at them, mother and daughter, bathed in the weak morning light. And his face softens into an expression of such naked love that Sabrina has to look away. He crosses the room in 2 strides and sits on the edge of the bed, his knee pressing against her hip. And he looks at Clara as if she is the most miraculous thing he has ever seen. He asks if she has eaten, if she has slept, if she needs anything. And Sabrina shakes her head. She has everything she needs right here. They sit in comfortable silence, the 3 of them, and the world outside the hospital room continues to spin. But inside this small space, time stands still. Tucker takes Clara from Sabrina's arms, cradling the baby against his broad chest, with a gentleness that makes Sabrina's heart ache. He talks to Clara in a low, rumbling voice, telling her about the hockey games she will watch, the books she will read, the mother she is lucky enough to have. Sabrina pretends not to hear, but she hears every word, and she stores them away in the deepest part of her heart. The peace of the morning is interrupted by a knock on the door, and Sabrina's grandmother enters without waiting for an invitation, carrying a large paper bag that smells like fresh bagels and coffee. The old woman takes one look at Tucker holding Clara and bursts into tears, which makes Sabrina cry, which makes Tucker's eyes get suspiciously bright. Her grandmother sets down the bag and crosses the room to wrap her arms around all 3 of them as best she can, a group hug that is awkward and wonderful, and exactly what Sabrina did not know she needed. Her grandmother tells her that she is proud, so proud, and that Clara is the most beautiful baby she has ever seen, though she admits she might be biased. She tells Tucker that he is family now, no take-backs, and Tucker grins and says he would not want a take-back, even if he could. The 3 of them eat bagels and drink terrible hospital coffee, and Sabrina feels something she has not felt in years, maybe ever. She feels like she belongs. The chapter then shifts to a more difficult moment, because Elle Kennedy never lets her characters rest too long in their happiness. A nurse comes in to check on Sabrina and Clara, and during the routine examination, she notices that Clara's bilirubin levels are slightly elevated. The explanation is clinical and calm. Jaundice is common in newborns, especially those born a little early, and they will need to keep Clara under special lights for the next 24 hours to bring the levels down. Sabrina hears the words, but they do not make sense at first. Something is wrong with her baby. Something is wrong. The panic rises so fast that she cannot breathe, cannot think, cannot do anything except grip the bed rails and stare at the nurse with wide, terrified eyes. Tucker is there instantly, his hand on her back, his voice in her ear, telling her to listen, telling her it is going to be okay, telling her that the nurse said this is common, this is treatable, this is not an emergency. But Sabrina has spent her whole life waiting for the other shoe to drop, and this feels like the other shoe. She let herself be happy, let herself believe that things could be good, and now the universe is reminding her that good things do not last, not for her, not ever. Tucker takes charge in a way that Sabrina has never seen before. He asks the nurse questions, writes down the answers, makes sure he understands the treatment plan and the prognosis and the warning signs. He does not let Sabrina spiral. He holds her face in his hands and makes her look at him. and he tells her that Clara is going to be fine. He tells her that they caught this early, that they are in the best place for it, that babies get jaundice all the time and go on to be perfectly healthy. He tells her that she is not cursed, that the universe is not out to get her, that this is just a thing that happened and they will handle it together. Sabrina wants to believe him, but the fear is so loud that it drowns out everything else. She watches as they take Clara to the phototherapy unit, a small, clear box with bright blue lights, and she cannot stop the tears from falling. Her baby looks so small in there, so vulnerable, and Sabrina feels every wound of her own childhood open up again. The helplessness, the terror, the certainty that no one is coming to save you. She sits beside the phototherapy unit for hours, her hand reaching through a small opening to rest on Clara's belly. Tucker stays with her, bringing her food she does not eat, water she does not drink, blankets she does not feel. He does not try to fix her or cheer her up. He just stays. And somewhere in the middle of that long, terrible afternoon, Sabrina realizes that this is what love looks like. Not the grand gestures or the passionate declarations, but the quiet, stubborn refusal to leave. Tucker is not leaving. He's not going to get bored or frustrated or tired of her fear. He is sitting on a hard plastic chair in a hospital room, watching their daughter sleep under blue lights, and he is not going anywhere. The realization does not erase her fear, but it makes the fear bearable. It gives her something to hold on to when the panic threatens to drag her under. The chapter closes with the doctor's evening rounds, and the news is good. Clara's bilirubin levels have already started to come down. Another day under the lights, maybe 2, and she should be fine. Sabrina feels the tension in her shoulders release, just a little. She looks at Tucker, and he is smiling, exhausted and relieved and beautiful. She looks at Clara, still small and vulnerable, but fighting, just like her mother. And she thinks about the name they chose, Clara, which means bright and clear. The blue lights above her daughter's head are bright, too bright almost, but they are doing their work. They are clearing the jaundice from Clara's blood, making her well. Sabrina presses her forehead against the glass of the phototherapy unit and whispers a promise to her daughter. "You are going to be so strong," she says. "You are going to be so loved, and I am going to spend every day of my life making sure you know it." The chapter ends with Tucker pulling her into his arms, holding her as she cries, and the blue lights cast strange shadows on the walls. But Sabrina is not afraid of the shadows anymore. She has light now. She has Clara. She has Tucker. And she is finally learning to stay. Chapter 34 opens 4 days after Clara's birth, and the Tucker household has been transformed into a makeshift newborn headquarters. The phototherapy treatment worked exactly as the doctors promised, and Clara's bilirubin levels returned to normal, allowing the family to go home to a quiet apartment that suddenly feels both too small and too large for the 3 of them. Sabrina sits on the couch in the middle of the afternoon, still wearing the same sweatpants she has worn for 2 days, her hair tied in a messy knot on top of her head, a circle of dried spit up on her shoulder that she has not bothered to change. In her arms, Clara sleeps with the boneless abandon of the very young, her tiny lips parted, her fingers curled into loose fists. Sabrina has not slept more than 90 consecutive minutes since they came home, and the exhaustion is a physical weight pressing down on her, but she cannot look away from her daughter's face. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees the blue lights of the phototherapy unit, and the fear returns. The irrational certainty that if she stops watching, something terrible will happen. Tucker has been a revelation. The hockey player who used to spend his weekends at parties and his weekdays on the ice has transformed into a domestic machine. He changes diapers with efficient precision, heats bottles in the middle of the night without being asked, and has become frighteningly adept at swaddling. He has also taken over all the cooking and cleaning, because Sabrina can barely find the energy to shower, let alone scrub a sink. She watches him now from the couch as he stands at the kitchen counter, chopping vegetables for a soup he found on a parenting blog, and she is struck by the sheer absurdity of her life. A year ago, she was alone, convinced that she did not need anyone, that love was a trap and vulnerability a weakness. Now she is sitting in a messy apartment with a baby on her chest and a man in her kitchen, and the domesticity of it all should feel suffocating. Instead, it feels like coming home. But the chapter does not pretend that new motherhood is all soft lights and gentle music. Sabrina is struggling in ways she did not expect. The baby blues, the nurses called it, a common hormonal crash that happens a few days after birth. But what Sabrina feels goes beyond sadness. There is a darkness lurking at the edges of her vision, a voice that whispers she is not good enough, that she is going to ruin this baby the way her own mother ruined her, that Clara would be better off with someone else. She does not tell Tucker about these thoughts. She cannot. They are too shameful, too ugly, too much like the proof that she is broken beyond repair. Instead, she smiles when he looks at her and cries in the shower when he cannot hear. She holds Clara with hands that tremble and tells herself that this is normal, that every new mother feels this way, that it will pass. But the voice grows louder every day, and Sabrina, who has survived so much, is not sure she can survive this. The central conflict of this chapter arrives in the form of a postpartum checkup with her OB. Tucker offers to come with her, but Sabrina refuses, needing to face this alone, needing to prove that she can still handle things by herself. She bundles Clara into the car seat, a process that takes 3 times longer than it should, because the straps are confusing, and Clara keeps crying, and Sabrina ends up crying too, and by the time she gets to the doctor's office, she is a mess. The nurse takes her vitals, makes small talk about how cute the baby is, and Sabrina nods and smiles and feels like an imposter. When the doctor comes in, a kind woman with grey hair and steady hands, she asks the standard questions about bleeding and healing and feeding. Sabrina answers them all mechanically, her voice flat, her eyes on the floor. And then the doctor asks the question that changes everything. She asks how Sabrina is feeling, really feeling, not physically but emotionally. Sabrina opens her mouth to say fine, the automatic response, the wall she has built between herself and the world. But what comes out instead is a sob, raw and broken and unstoppable. She tells the doctor everything, the darkness, the voice, the fear that she is going to hurt her baby or herself, the shame of not feeling the joy she is supposed to feel, of looking at her perfect daughter and feeling nothing but terror. The doctor listens without judgment, her expression calm and professional. And when Sabrina finally runs out of words, the doctor reaches out and takes her hand. She tells Sabrina that what she is describing is not the baby blues. It is postpartum depression, a medical condition that affects 1 in 7 women, and it is treatable. She tells Sabrina that this is not her fault, that it is not a moral failing or a sign of weakness, that it is caused by hormonal changes and sleep deprivation and a history of trauma that has left her brain wired to expect the worst. She tells Sabrina that she is not broken, she is sick, and there is help, and she does not have to suffer alone. The relief is so profound that Sabrina feels her knees buckle. She has spent weeks convinced that the darkness was her fault, that it was proof she was not meant to be a mother. But the doctor is telling her otherwise, and Sabrina wants so badly to believe her. The doctor prescribes a low dose of an antidepressant that is safe for breastfeeding, and refers her to a therapist who specializes in postpartum mood disorders. She gives Sabrina a list of emergency numbers and makes her promise to call if the thoughts become worse, if she ever feels like she might hurt herself or Clara. Sabrina promises, and she means it. She leaves the office with a prescription in her purse and a tiny sliver of hope in her chest. And when she gets back to the car, she sits in the driver's seat for a long time, Clara sleeping in the back, and she lets herself cry without shame. She tells Tucker that night, after Clara is finally asleep, and they are sitting on the couch with cold cups of tea. The words are hard to say, harder than anything she has ever admitted, but she forces them out. She tells him about the darkness, the voice, the fear. She tells him about the doctor's diagnosis, and the medication, and the therapist. She braces herself for his reaction, certain that he will be disgusted or frightened or eager to escape. But Tucker does none of those things. He pulls her into his arms and holds her so tightly that she can barely breathe. And he tells her that he is proud of her, that asking for help is the bravest thing she has ever done. He tells her that they are going to get through this together, that he will go to every therapy appointment with her if she wants, that he will wake up with Clara every single night so Sabrina can sleep, that he will do whatever it takes. He tells her that she is not broken, that she is the strongest person he knows, that he loves her even more now than he did before. Sabrina cries against his chest, great heaving sobs that shake her whole body, and Tucker holds her through all of it, his hand stroking her hair, his voice a steady murmur of love and promise. The chapter ends with a small but significant moment. The next morning, Sabrina takes her first dose of the antidepressant. The pill is tiny, almost insignificant, but holding it in her palm feels like holding a grenade. She has spent her whole life refusing help, refusing medication, refusing to admit that she might need something she cannot provide for herself. But she is tired of fighting alone. She puts the pill on her tongue and swallows, and nothing happens. There is no lightning bolt, no sudden clarity, just the quiet knowledge that she has taken a step, that she is trying, that she is choosing to get better not just for Clara, but for herself. Tucker watches her from the doorway, and when she looks up, he smiles. That slow, warm smile that first made her heart skip all those months ago. He crosses the room and kisses her forehead, and then he takes Clara from her arms so Sabrina can take a shower, a real shower, the first one in days where she does not cry. The chapter closes with Sabrina standing under the hot water, watching the steam curl around her, and she thinks about the word hope. She has not felt hope in a long time, not real hope, not the kind that lasts. But it is there now, small and fragile, and maybe temporary, but present. She lets the water wash away the tears and the fear and the shame, and when she steps out of the shower, she does not feel healed, but she feels less alone. And for now, that is enough. Chapter 35 opens 2 weeks after Sabrina started taking the antidepressant, and the changes are subtle but undeniable. The darkness has not vanished, not completely, but it has receded enough that Sabrina can see beyond it. The voice that whispered she was a failure has grown quieter, easier to ignore. The weight on her chest has lifted from a crushing pressure to a manageable ache. She still has bad days, days when getting out of bed feels impossible, and the sound of Clara's crying makes her want to scream, but those days are no longer every day. There are good days now, too, days when she looks at her daughter and feels nothing but overwhelming love, days when she laughs at something Tucker says and means it, days when she remembers who she was before the postpartum depression stole her joy. She has been seeing the therapist once a week, a calm woman named Dr. Reyes, who never flinches at Sabrina's darkest confessions and who has given her practical tools for managing the intrusive thoughts. She has been taking her medication every morning, a small blue pill that has become a symbol of her willingness to fight for herself. And slowly, painfully, she is beginning to believe that she might be okay. The apartment has settled into a new rhythm, one dictated entirely by Clara's unpredictable schedule. Tucker has returned to the ice for limited practices, leaving Sabrina alone with the baby for a few hours each day, and the first time he walked out the door, she panicked. She stood in the living room with Clara in her arms, her heart racing, convinced that she could not do this by herself. But she did it. She fed Clara and changed her and rocked her to sleep. And when Tucker came home, she was sitting on the couch, exhausted but intact, and the look of pride on his face made all the fear worth it. She is learning that she is capable of more than she thought, that her body and her mind are stronger than the darkness that tried to consume them. It is not a linear process. Some days she backslides, finds herself crying in the bathroom for no reason, finds herself snapping at Tucker over something small, but she always gets up again. That is what recovery looks like, she is learning. Not a straight line, but a stubborn refusal to stay down. The main emotional arc of this chapter centers on Sabrina's grandmother, who has officially moved into the apartment and is adjusting to life in the city. The transition has not been easy for the old woman, who spent 20 years in the same small town, surrounded by neighbors she knew and streets she could walk without getting lost. The noise of Boston overwhelms her, the crowds exhaust her, and she misses her old friends with an ache that she tries to hide behind a brave smile. Sabrina sees the struggle, recognizes it because she has lived it herself, the grief of leaving behind the only safety you have ever known. She wants to fix it for her grandmother the way she has always tried to fix everything. But Dr. Reyes has been teaching her that she cannot save everyone, that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is sit with someone in their pain instead of trying to erase it. So Sabrina does not offer solutions or platitudes. She makes her grandmother tea, listens to her stories about the old neighborhood, and lets her cry when she needs to cry. It is hard, harder than Sabrina expected, because her grandmother has always been the strong one, the one who held Sabrina together when she was falling apart. Seeing her vulnerable feels like the world tilting on its axis. Tucker, in his quiet, steady way, becomes a bridge between the two women. He invites Sabrina's grandmother to watch Clara while he and Sabrina go on their first real date since the baby was born, a simple dinner at a restaurant down the street that feels like a grand adventure. Her grandmother's eyes light up at the chance to be useful, to have purpose, and she spends the entire afternoon before the date practicing with Clara, learning how to warm a bottle and change a diaper and soothe a fussy baby. Sabrina watches from the doorway, her heart full to bursting, and she thinks about how different this is from the childhood she imagined for herself. She never had grandparents who fought over who got to babysit. She never had a mother who trusted her enough to leave the baby in her care. She is building something new here, something that did not exist before, and the responsibility of it is terrifying and beautiful in equal measure. The date itself is nothing special by any objective standard. They walk to a small Italian restaurant, the kind of place with checkered tablecloths and candles in Chianti bottles. The food is good, but not great. The service is slow, and a table of loud college students nearby makes it hard to hear. But Sabrina does not care about any of that. She is sitting across from Tucker, wearing real clothes instead of sweatpants, her hair washed and her makeup applied, and she feels like a person again, not just a mother or a patient or a survivor. They talk about things that are not the baby, not the depression, not the stress of the past few months. They talk about Tucker's upcoming games, Sabrina's plans for law school, a ridiculous argument they once had about whether cereal is soup. They laugh, really laugh. And Sabrina realizes that she has missed this, missed him, missed the version of herself that exists when she is not drowning. When Tucker reaches across the table and takes her hand, she does not pull away. She holds on. The chapter takes an unexpected turn when they return to the apartment to find Sabrina's grandmother asleep on the couch, Clara snoozing peacefully on her chest, the television playing a black and white movie neither of them has ever seen. Sabrina stands in the doorway, her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It is such a simple image, an old woman and a baby, both at peace, both safe, and it undoes her completely. This is what she has been fighting for, all these years, all this time. Not just survival, not just escape, but this. A home, a family, a quiet Tuesday night with nowhere to be and nothing to prove. Tucker wraps his arms around her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, and they watch their family sleep together. He whispers in her ear that he loves her, that he loves Clara, that he loves her grandmother, that he would not trade this messy, chaotic, beautiful life for anything. Sabrina leans back against him and closes her eyes, and for one perfect moment, she is not afraid. She is not waiting for the other shoe to drop. She is just here, present, grateful, alive. The chapter closes later that night, after her grandmother has gone to bed and Clara has been fed and changed and rocked back to sleep. Sabrina stands in the nursery, a small room that was once Dean's bedroom and is now painted a soft yellow, with a crib against one wall and a rocking chair in the corner. She looks down at Clara, who is sleeping with her arms thrown above her head, in that boneless way that only babies can manage, and she whispers an apology. She apologizes for the days she could not get out of bed, for the times she looked at her daughter and felt nothing, for the thoughts that she is still too ashamed to say out loud. And then she makes a promise. She promises to keep fighting, to keep taking her medication, to keep going to therapy, to keep showing up even when it is hard. She promises to be the mother Clara deserves, not a perfect mother, because perfect does not exist, but a mother who tries, who learns, who grows. She whispers, "I love you," so many times that the words lose their meaning and then find it again. And when she finally climbs into bed beside Tucker, exhausted and tear-stained and lighter than she has felt in months, she does not pray to any god she has ever known. She prays to herself, to the part of her that has survived everything and is still here, still trying, still hoping. She prays for the strength to keep going. And somewhere in the dark, she thinks she hears an answer. It sounds like Clara's soft breathing, like Tucker's steady heartbeat, like her own lungs filling with air. The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, not in surrender, but in trust. She is learning to trust herself, and that, she is beginning to understand, is the hardest and most important lesson of all. Chapter 36 opens 1 month into Sabrina's treatment for postpartum depression, and the world has taken on a different color. Not the brilliant, blazing color of joy, not yet, but something softer, like the pale gold of early morning light filtering through curtains. Sabrina notices small things she had stopped noticing, the way Clara's eyes are starting to focus on faces, the way Tucker hums off-key when he thinks no one is listening, the way her grandmother hums right back from the other room without missing a beat. The medication has settled into her system, and the therapy sessions have given her language for feelings she once thought were unnameable. She still has hard days, days when the darkness taps on the window and asks to be let in, but she has learned not to open the door. She has learned to sit with the feeling without becoming it, to acknowledge the fear without letting it drive. Dr. Reyes calls this progress. Sabrina calls it a miracle, though she would never say that out loud. The apartment is fuller now, not just with people, but with life. Her grandmother has taken over the small bedroom that once belonged to Dean, filling it with familiar furniture from her old home, a patchwork quilt on the bed, a collection of porcelain angels on the dresser, the smell of lavender sachets in the air. She has also taken over the kitchen, much to Tucker's quiet amusement, cooking large pots of soup and casseroles that she insists are for the whole family, but that Sabrina suspects are really for her, to make sure she is eating, to make sure she is taking care of herself. The grandmotherly hovering would have driven the old Sabrina crazy, would have felt like surveillance disguised as love. But the new Sabrina, the one who is learning to accept help, finds herself leaning into it. She lets her grandmother hold Clara while she takes a shower. She lets her grandmother nag her about taking her vitamins. She lets herself be taken care of, just a little, and the world does not end. The central plot of this chapter revolves around a difficult decision that has been looming for weeks. Tucker's hockey team is heading into the playoffs, which means longer practices, more travel, and a level of commitment that leaves little time for anything else. He has been offered a spot on a post-season training camp that could lead to a contract with a professional team, the dream he has been chasing since he first laced up skates. But the camp is out of state, 6 weeks long, and it would mean leaving Sabrina alone with a newborn and a grandmother who is still finding her footing in a new city. Tucker has not told her about the offer. He has been carrying the brochure around in his backpack for days, pulling it out when she is not looking, reading the same paragraphs over and over as if the words might rearrange themselves into an easier choice. He does not want to leave. He also does not want to resent staying. The conflict is tearing him apart, and Sabrina, who has become an expert at reading the small shifts in his mood, notices that something is wrong. She confronts him one night after Clara is asleep and her grandmother has retired to her room. They are sitting on the couch, the television playing some forgettable movie neither of them is watching, and Sabrina can feel the tension radiating off him like heat from a stove. She asks him what is going on, and for a long moment he does not answer. Then he pulls the crumpled brochure from his backpack and hands it to her without a word. Sabrina reads it slowly, taking in the details of the training camp, the dates, the location, the names of the coaches who will be there. She understands immediately what this means, what it could mean for his career, for their future. She also understands what it would cost. She looks up at Tucker, and his face is a mask of anguish, the face of a man who is trying to be two things at once and succeeding at neither. He tells her that he will not go if she does not want him to, that he will call the coach tomorrow and decline, that the team is not worth leaving his family. But Sabrina hears the lie underneath the words. Not a lie to her, but a lie to himself. He would resent staying, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. And that resentment would poison everything they have built. The old Sabrina would have told him to go. She would have pushed him away before he could leave on his own terms, would have wrapped her fear in the armor of independence and called it strength. But the new Sabrina, the one who is learning to trust, does something different. She asks him what he wants, not what he thinks he should want, not what he thinks she wants him to want, but what he actually wants. Tucker stares at her for a long time, and then he says the words he has been too afraid to say. He wants to go. He wants the chance to prove himself, to see how far he can go, to find out if he is good enough for the pros. He also wants to stay. He wants to watch Clara take her first steps, to be there for every middle of the night feeding, to hold Sabrina's hand during her first law school exam. He wants two things that cannot exist at the same time, and the impossibility of it is breaking him. Sabrina takes his hand and tells him that she is not going to be the reason he gives up his dream. She tells him that they will figure it out, that her grandmother is here, that she is stronger than she used to be, that she can survive 6 weeks without him. She tells him that she loves him too much to let him stay out of guilt. Tucker's eyes fill with tears, and he pulls her into his arms, holding her so tightly that she can feel his heart pounding against her chest. The chapter then shifts to the logistics of the separation, the practical arrangements that need to be made. Sabrina's grandmother agrees to move into the main bedroom with Clara during the night so Sabrina can sleep, and Tucker arranges for a cleaning service to come once a week so Sabrina does not have to worry about chores. He stocks the freezer with frozen meals, programs emergency numbers into her phone, and makes her promise to call him every single night, no matter how tired she is. Sabrina watches him prepare for his departure with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She is proud of him for chasing his dream, for being brave enough to leave. But she is also grieving the weeks they will lose, the moments he will miss, the loneliness she knows is coming. She does not tell him this, because she does not want to make it harder. But he knows anyway. He always knows. The night before he leaves, they lie in bed with Clara between them, the three of them tangled together in the dark. Sabrina stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the nights she spent alone before Tucker, all the times she convinced herself that she did not need anyone. She was wrong. She needs him. The need terrifies her still, but she has stopped running from it. She turns her head to look at him, at the strong line of his jaw, the softness in his eyes when he looks at their daughter, and she feels the love so acutely that it is almost painful. She tells him that she is going to miss him, not with sarcasm or deflection, but with simple, honest vulnerability. Tucker reaches across Clara and cups her face in his hand, and he tells her that he is going to miss her more, that every day will feel like a week, that he is going to call so often she will get sick of him. She laughs, a real laugh, and then she cries, and he holds her, and Clara sleeps peacefully between them, oblivious to the goodbye that is coming. The chapter ends with Tucker leaving the next morning. Sabrina stands at the window with Clara in her arms, watching him load his bags into the car. He turns back once, twice, 3 times, as if he cannot quite believe he is going. The last time, he walks back to the door and kisses Sabrina with a desperation that leaves her breathless. He kisses Clara's forehead, whispering something she cannot hear, and then he is gone. The apartment feels enormous and empty, the silence pressing in from all sides. Sabrina's grandmother appears at her elbow, placing a warm hand on her back, and together they watch the car disappear around the corner. Sabrina takes a shaky breath and looks down at Clara, who is blinking up at her with unfocused eyes. She thinks about the weeks ahead, the long nights, the loneliness, the fear. And then she thinks about Tucker's face when he said he would call every night, about the freezer full of meals, about her grandmother's steady presence beside her. She is not alone. She has never been less alone in her life. The chapter closes with Sabrina turning from the window, Clara against her chest, and walking into the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea. The apartment is quiet, but it is not empty. It is full of the people who love her, even the ones who are miles away. And she is learning slowly that love does not require proximity. It only requires presence, the kind that lives in phone calls and texts and the memory of a kiss goodbye. She is going to be okay. They both are. The chapter ends on that fragile, courageous note. The door closed behind Tucker, but not locked, always waiting for him to come home. Chapter 37 opens 3 weeks into Tucker's absence, and the rhythm of Sabrina's life has changed in ways she did not expect. The first week was the hardest, the apartment so quiet at night that she could hear her own heartbeat, the bed so empty that she found herself sleeping on Tucker's side, just to catch the lingering scent of him on the pillow. She cried every night after Clara went to sleep, not from despair, but from the simple, aching weight of missing someone. Her grandmother pretended not to notice, busying herself with knitting and crossword puzzles. But Sabrina caught her sneaking extra looks, checking in without checking in, the way people do when they love you and want to give you space to grieve. By the second week, the tears came less often. By the third week, Sabrina realized she had stopped waiting for him to walk through the door and had started looking forward to his nightly phone calls instead. The separation has not become easy, but it has become bearable, and that feels like its own kind of victory. Tucker calls every night at 8 o'clock, FaceTiming from whatever hotel room or bus seat or locker room he happens to be in. His face on the small screen is a lifeline, and Sabrina hoards every detail: the new stubble on his jaw, the tired circles under his eyes, the way his whole face softens when he sees Clara. He tells her about the camp, the grueling practices, the talented players he is competing against, the coaches who seem impressed but not yet convinced. He tells her he misses her every single time, as if he is afraid she might forget. Sabrina tells him about Clara's milestones: the first time she smiled, the first time she grabbed for a toy, the first time she slept 4 whole hours in a row. They talk about nothing and everything, and when the call ends, Sabrina holds the phone to her chest and pretends he is still there. It is not enough, but it is something, and something, she is learning, is often all you get. The main conflict of this chapter arrives from an unexpected source. Sabrina receives a letter in the mail, handwritten on cream-colored stationery, the return address unfamiliar. She opens it while standing in the kitchen, Clara propped against her shoulder, and reads the words with growing disbelief. The letter is from her biological mother, a woman she has not seen or heard from in over 15 years. The handwriting is shaky, the sentences rambling, but the message is clear enough. Her mother has heard through a distant relative that Sabrina had a baby, and she wants to meet her granddaughter. She writes about regret and redemption, about how she has changed, about how she wishes she could go back and do things differently. She writes that she is clean now, sober for 2 years, and that she has found God. She writes that she hopes Sabrina can find it in her heart to forgive her. Sabrina reads the letter 3 times, and each time her hands shake more violently than before. This woman, this stranger, abandoned her, left her in a system that chewed up children and spit them out. Never came to a single birthday, never sent a card, never even called. And now she wants to meet Clara. The audacity is breathtaking, the pain so fresh that it feels like the wound is still bleeding. She does not tell Tucker about the letter. He is in the middle of a crucial week at camp, and she does not want to distract him, does not want to burden him with her chaos from 3,000 miles away. Instead, she shoves the letter into the back of her nightstand drawer and tries to forget it exists. But it does not forget her. It sits there, a quiet accusation, a reminder of everything she has tried to outrun. She finds herself thinking about her mother in ways she has not allowed herself to think in years. The good memories are few and far between. A flash of a smile, the smell of her perfume, a lullaby hummed off key. The bad memories are sharper, clearer. The sound of a door slamming, the sight of a needle on the kitchen table, the feeling of being hungry and alone and too young to understand why. Sabrina has spent her whole life building a wall between herself and that past, and now her mother is knocking on the wall, asking to be let in. She does not know what to do. She does not know if forgiveness is possible, or if it is even something she owes. Her grandmother finds her crying in the nursery late one night, Clara asleep in the crib, the letter crumpled in Sabrina's lap. She does not ask what is wrong. She sits down on the floor beside her granddaughter, takes the letter, and reads it in silence. When she finishes, she folds it carefully and sets it aside. Then she takes Sabrina's hands in her own, her old fingers, thin but strong, and she tells a story Sabrina has never heard before. She talks about her own daughter, Sabrina's mother, as a little girl. She talks about the sweetness, the laughter, the promise. She talks about the drugs, the slow unraveling, the night she had to call the police because her daughter was stealing from her purse. She talks about the grief of watching someone you love destroy themselves, the impossible choice between enabling and abandoning, the guilt that never goes away. She looks at Sabrina with eyes that have seen too much and says that she does not know if Sabrina's mother has changed. She does not know if the letter is sincere or just another manipulation. But she knows that Sabrina does not have to decide anything today. She knows that forgiveness is not an obligation. She knows that protecting Clara and protecting herself comes first. The letter becomes a silent presence in the apartment, hidden in the nightstand, but never far from Sabrina's thoughts. She brings it up in her next therapy session with Dr. Reyes, reading it aloud with a voice that cracks on the word mother. Dr. Reyes asks her what she feels when she reads the letter, and Sabrina takes a long time to answer. She feels angry, she says finally. She feels sad. She feels like that 7-year-old girl who waited by the window for a mother who never came. And underneath all of that, she feels something she did not expect. She feels pity. Her mother is not a monster. She is a broken woman who made terrible choices and lost everything because of them. That does not excuse what she did. It does not erase the years of neglect and abandonment. But it makes her human. And Sabrina is learning that humans are complicated, that people can be both victims and perpetrators, that pain does not travel in straight lines. She tells Dr. Reyes that she does not want to meet her mother. Not yet, maybe not ever. But she does not want to carry this anger forever either. Dr. Reyes nods and says that is a start. The chapter then shifts to a phone call with Tucker later that same night. Sabrina has been keeping the letter from him, but the secret has become a weight she cannot carry alone. She tells him everything, the words tumbling out in a rush, bracing herself for his reaction. Tucker is quiet for a long moment, and when he speaks, his voice is careful, measured. He asks what she wants to do, not what he thinks she should do, not what her mother wants her to do, but what she wants. Sabrina closes her eyes and thinks about it. She wants to protect Clara. She wants to protect herself. She wants to be the kind of mother who breaks cycles instead of repeating them. She tells Tucker that she is going to write her mother back, not to forgive her, not yet, and not to agree to a meeting, but to tell her that she received the letter, that she is not ready to open that door, that if and when she is ready, she will reach out. Tucker asks if she is sure, and she says yes. It is not the answer her mother wants, but it is the answer Sabrina needs to give, for herself, for her daughter, for the family she is building. She writes the letter that night, sitting at the kitchen table while her grandmother sleeps and Clara dreams in her crib. The words come slowly, painfully, each sentence a small act of courage. She tells her mother that she remembers more than she wishes she did. She tells her that the past cannot be undone, only survived. She tells her that she has built a life, a good life, with people who love her, and a daughter who will never know the kind of childhood she had. She tells her that she is not ready for a relationship, but that she appreciates the apology. She signs her name without love, without hate, just her name. A simple declaration that she exists, that she survived, that she is here. She seals the envelope and addresses it to her mother, and for a long moment she holds it in her hands, feeling the weight of everything it contains. Then she sets it by the door to mail in the morning. The chapter ends with Sabrina crawling into bed, the apartment dark and quiet around her. She thinks about her mother, about Clara, about the long line of women who came before her, wounded and wounding. She thinks about breaking the chain, about raising a daughter who will never have to write this kind of letter. She does not know if she can do it, but she is going to try. And for now, trying is enough. The chapter closes on that unresolved, painfully honest note, the letter waiting by the door, the future unwritten, and Sabrina finally allowing herself to sleep. Chapter 38 opens 2 days after Sabrina mailed the letter to her mother, and the act of sending it has left her feeling strangely hollow, as if she has given away something she cannot name and cannot get back. She checks her email obsessively, even though she knows her mother does not have her email address, even though she knows a reply would come by mail and take days. The anticipation is a low-grade fever, always present, never quite breaking. She finds herself thinking about her mother at odd moments, while she is washing bottles, while she is rocking Clara to sleep, while she is staring at the ceiling in the middle of the night. She wonders if the letter arrived yet, if her mother cried when she read it, if she showed it to anyone, if she regrets reaching out at all. She wonders if she will ever hear back, and she is not sure which possibility frightens her more, silence or response. Tucker has been calling every night, but the conversations have grown shorter, strained by distance and exhaustion. He is in the final week of the training camp, and the pressure is immense. The coaches have narrowed the roster down to the last few cuts, and Tucker is still in contention, but he is not guaranteed a spot. He wakes up at 4 in the morning for extra skating sessions, spends his afternoons in the weight room, and falls into bed each night too tired to eat. Sabrina hears the stress in his voice, the way his jokes have become forced, the way he forgets what he was saying mid-sentence. She wants to help him, to fix it for him the way he has fixed so many things for her. But there is nothing she can do except listen and tell him she loves him and promise that no matter what happens, they will figure it out. She hates feeling useless. She hates that he is going through this alone. But she is learning that love does not mean erasing someone's struggles. It means standing with them while they struggle, holding the flashlight while they find their own way through the dark. The central event of this chapter is a visit from an old friend, one Sabrina has not seen in years. Her name is Maya, and they were in the same foster home together as teenagers. 2 scared girls who clung to each other in the dark and promised to stay in touch. But life got in the way, as it always does, and the calls grew less frequent, the texts shorter, until they stopped altogether. Maya found Sabrina through social media, saw the pictures of Clara, and reached out with a message that said simply, "I need to see you." Now Maya is sitting on Sabrina's couch, looking older and thinner and more tired than Sabrina remembers, her eyes shadowed, her hands restless in her lap. They hug for a long time, both of them crying, both of them holding on like they are drowning, and the other is a life raft. When they finally pull apart, Sabrina makes tea, and Maya tells her story. Maya aged out of the foster system at 18, with nothing but a garbage bag of clothes and a bus pass. She bounced between shelters and couches, worked minimum-wage jobs that barely covered rent, and fell into a relationship with a man who promised to take care of her. He did not take care of her. He isolated her, controlled her, told her she was worthless without him. It took her 3 years to leave, and when she finally did, she had nothing again, no savings, no support system, no idea how to start over. She is in a shelter now, the same one she stayed in as a teenager, and she is trying to get into a job training program, but the waiting list is months long. She came to see Sabrina not because she wants money, she says quickly, but because she needed to remember that someone from that life made it out. She needed proof that it is possible. Sabrina listens with her heart in her throat, memories of their shared past flooding back, the nights they stayed up whispering about their dreams, the way Maya always made her laugh, even when there was nothing to laugh about. She thinks about how close she came to Maya's path, how a few good breaks and her grandmother's stubborn love were the only things that saved her. She thinks about the foster care alumni support program, the business card still tucked in her wallet, the one she has been too scared to call. She reaches into her wallet now, pulls out the card, and hands it to Maya. She tells her about the program, about the resources they offer, about the woman who came to her door weeks ago. She tells Maya that she has not called yet herself, because she is a coward, because she is scared of needing help, because she is still learning that accepting help is not the same as failing. Maya looks at the card, then at Sabrina, and for the first time since she arrived, she smiles. A real smile. Small, but real. She asks if Sabrina will call with her, not for her, but with her, together. Sabrina nods, and they sit side by side on the couch, two women who survived the same war, holding the same business card, preparing to make the same phone call. They call the number together, Sabrina's hand over Maya's on the phone, and a kind voice answers on the second ring. Sabrina does most of the talking, because Maya is crying too hard to speak, and she explains the situation, not just Maya's situation, but her own. The years in foster care, the fear of reaching out, the realization that she cannot do everything alone. The woman on the other end listens without judgment and makes an appointment for Maya to come in the next day to meet with a caseworker, to start the process of accessing services. She also gives Sabrina the name of a support group for former foster youth, a weekly meeting not far from the apartment, and she encourages her to come, just to see, no pressure. Sabrina writes down the address and thanks the woman, and when she hangs up, Maya is looking at her with something like wonder. She says that Sabrina has changed, that the girl she knew would never have made that call, would never have admitted she needed help. Sabrina thinks about this and realizes it is true. She has changed. Tucker changed her. Clara changed her. The therapy and the medication and the long, hard work of healing changed her. She is not the same person who left foster care, scared and angry and determined never to need anyone. She is someone new, someone still learning, someone who is finally willing to ask for help. The chapter then shifts to a quiet moment that evening, after Maya has left with the promise to call tomorrow, after Clara has been fed and bathed and put to bed. Sabrina sits alone in the living room, the apartment silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. She thinks about the support group, about sitting in a circle with other people who understand, about speaking her truth out loud in front of strangers. The thought terrifies her, but so did taking the antidepressant, so did calling the therapist, so did letting Tucker love her. She is learning that terror is not a sign to stop. Sometimes terror is a sign that she is moving in the right direction. She pulls out her phone and texts Tucker. Not about the support group or the call or Maya, just a simple message that says, "I miss you." He replies almost instantly, a photo of himself in his hotel room, exhausted and grinning, with the words, "I miss you more," counting the days. She looks at the photo for a long time, tracing the outline of his face with her finger, and she feels the missing him like a physical ache. But underneath the ache, there is something else. Pride. She is proud of him for chasing his dream. She is proud of herself for letting him go. She is proud of both of them for building something strong enough to survive the distance. The chapter closes with Sabrina standing in the nursery looking down at Clara, who is sleeping with her tiny fist pressed against her cheek. She thinks about the phone call she made today, the first step towards something she has been avoiding for years. She thinks about Maya, about the foster system, about all the girls she left behind, and all the ones still trapped there. She thinks about the support group, the one she is still too scared to attend, and she makes a decision. She is going to go. Not next week, not when she feels ready, but this week, at the very next meeting. She is going to walk into that room full of strangers, and she is going to sit down, and she is going to listen. Maybe she will speak. Maybe she will not. But she will show up. That is what healing looks like. She is learning. Not grand transformations, but small, daily choices to show up, to try, to be present. She kisses Clara's forehead and whispers a promise into the dark. She promises that her daughter will never know the loneliness of the foster system, the fear of being unwanted, the hunger for a love that never comes. She promises to break the cycle, not perfectly, not all at once, but day by day, choice by choice. The chapter ends with Sabrina climbing into bed, the apartment quiet around her, the weight of the day settling on her chest. She is tired, bone tired, the kind of tired that comes from feeling too much and trying too hard. But underneath the tired, there is a small, steady flame. She is not the girl she used to be. She is becoming someone new, and whoever that person is, she is someone Sabrina is finally ready to meet. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope, the phone silent beside her, the future uncertain, but Sabrina no longer running from it. She is standing still, and for now, that is more than enough. Chapter 39 opens on the morning of Tucker's return, and Sabrina has been awake since 4 o'clock, too anxious to sleep, too excited to lie still. The apartment is spotless, every surface scrubbed, every dish washed, every baby toy organized in its designated basket. Her grandmother has been watching her all morning with an amused smile, recognizing the nervous energy for what it is. The same energy she herself probably felt decades ago when waiting for her own husband to come home from far away. Clara is dressed in her cutest onesie, a tiny pink number with little elephants on it that Tucker bought before he left. And Sabrina has changed her own outfit 3 times, finally settling on the soft sweater Tucker once said made her eyes look like the ocean. She is being ridiculous and she knows it, but she cannot help herself. 6 weeks is a long time. 6 weeks of phone calls and video chats and sleeping alone. 6 weeks of missing him so much that she sometimes forgot to breathe. And now, he is coming home. Today, in a matter of hours, the anticipation is almost unbearable. She gets the call while she's loading Clara into the car seat, her grandmother holding the door open, the early spring air smelling like rain and possibility. Tucker's voice on the other end is strange, not the warm, eager voice she expected, but something flatter, something tired. He tells her that the training camp is over, that the final roster cuts were announced this morning, and that he did not make the team. The words land like stones in still water, sending ripples of shock and disappointment through every part of her. She wants to say something comforting, something perfect, but her mind goes blank. Tucker fills the silence instead. He says he is sorry, though she does not know what he is apologizing for failing, for disappointing her, for not being good enough. He says he will be home in a few hours, and then he hangs up before she can respond. Sabrina stands in the doorway, the phone pressed to her ear long after the call has ended, Clara fussing in the car seat, her grandmother watching with worried eyes. She feels the weight of his disappointment as if it were her own, and for a moment, she does not know what to do. What she does is finish buckling Clara into the car, drive to the airport, and wait. She waits at the arrivals gate with all the other people waiting for loved ones, her daughter in her arms, her heart in her throat. The minutes crawl by, each one an eternity. When Tucker finally appears, walking through the sliding glass doors with his duffel bag slung over his shoulder, she barely recognizes him. He looks gaunt, exhausted, defeated in a way she has never seen before. His eyes find hers across the crowded terminal, and the look in them breaks something inside her. He does not smile. He does not wave. He just walks toward her, heavy steps, heavy heart, and when he reaches her, he does not kiss her or embrace her. He looks down at Clara, touches her tiny hand with one finger and says, "I'm sorry I couldn't do it for you." Sabrina shakes her head, tears streaming down her face, and she tells him that he has nothing to be sorry for, that he is enough, that he has always been enough. But Tucker does not seem to hear her. He picks up his duffel bag and walks toward the parking garage, and Sabrina follows, her chest aching with a grief that is not her own, but feels just as heavy. The drive home is silent. Tucker stares out the passenger window, his jaw tight, his hands clenched in his lap. Sabrina steals glances at him when she can, searching for the man who left 6 weeks ago, the one who was full of hope and determination and dreams. That man is not sitting next to her. In his place is a stranger, hollowed out by failure, drowning in disappointment. She wants to reach out and touch him, but something holds her back, a fear that he might flinch away, that her comfort might feel like pity. So she drives and says nothing, and Clara sleeps in the back seat, oblivious to the sorrow filling the car. The silence is the loudest thing Sabrina has ever heard. When they get home, her grandmother takes one look at Tucker's face and disappears into the kitchen, giving them space. Sabrina puts Clara down for a nap and then finds Tucker in the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. She sits down beside him, close but not touching, and she waits. She has learned to wait, to give people the time they need to find their words. After a long, painful minute, Tucker speaks. He tells her about the camp, about the other players, about the coaches who praised his work ethic but questioned his speed, his agility, his ability to compete at the next level. He tells her about the moment they called him into the office, the way his heart soared when he thought it might be good news, the way it crashed when they told him he was being cut. He tells her that he has been playing hockey since he was 4 years old, that it is the only thing he has ever been good at, that without it, he does not know who he is. His voice cracks on the last word, and then he is crying, not the quiet tears she has seen before, but great, heaving sobs that shake his whole body. Sabrina wraps her arms around him and holds on, and for a long time they sit there like that, two broken people holding each other in the dark. The chapter does not offer easy answers. There is no sudden realization, no perfect speech that makes everything better. Tucker cries until he cannot cry anymore, and then he lies down on the bed and falls asleep, exhausted in a way that has nothing to do with physical tiredness. Sabrina lies beside him, watching his face, tracing the lines of worry that were not there 6 weeks ago. She thinks about all the times she has failed, all the doors that closed in her face, all the moments she wanted to give up. She thinks about how she survived those failures, not by being strong, but by being stubborn, by refusing to let the world tell her who she was. She wants to give that stubbornness to Tucker now, to pour it into him like medicine, but she knows she cannot. He has to find his own way back. All she can do is stay. He sleeps for hours, and when he wakes, it is evening, the room dark except for the soft glow of the lamp in the hallway. Clara is crying in the nursery, hungry or lonely, or simply aware that the world has shifted, and Sabrina excuses herself to tend to the baby. When she comes back, Tucker is sitting up, his eyes red but dry, and he looks at her with an expression she cannot quite read. He says he is sorry for falling apart, for being weak, for making her carry his pain on top of everything else. Sabrina sits down on the bed and takes his hands. She tells him that he is not weak, that crying is not weakness, that asking for help is not weakness. She tells him that she loves him, not because he is a successful hockey player or a provider or a protector, but because he is Tucker, because he is kind and stubborn and ridiculous and hers. She tells him that this failure does not define him, that there will be other camps, other teams, other chances, and even if there are not, he will still be enough. He will still be loved. He will still be home. Tucker looks at her for a long, searching moment, and then he pulls her into his arms and holds her so tightly that she can barely breathe. He does not say that he believes her, because he is not sure he does yet. But he holds on anyway, and that is a start. The chapter ends with them lying in the dark, Clara sleeping in her crib down the hall, her grandmother watching television in the living room. Tucker's hand finds Sabrina's in the space between them, and they lie there, fingers intertwined, breathing together. The future is uncertain, more uncertain than it was this morning. The dream Tucker has been chasing since he was a boy has, for now, slipped through his fingers. But Sabrina looks at him in the dim light and sees something he cannot see himself. She sees resilience. She sees the same stubborn refusal to quit that carried her through foster care and law school applications and postpartum depression. She sees a man who will get back up, not because he is strong, but because he has people who will help him stand. The chapter closes with Tucker's breathing evening out into sleep, his hand still holding hers, and Sabrina staring at the ceiling, making a silent promise. She will be there when he falls. She will be there when he gets back up. She will be there for all of it, the failures and the victories and the long, messy middle. That is what love is, she is finally learning. Not a destination, but a choice, made over and over in the dark, when it is hard, when you are tired, when you would rather give up. She chooses him. She will keep choosing him. And for tonight, that is enough. The chapter ends on that quiet, unresolved note, two people holding on to each other in the dark, the road ahead uncertain, but the road behind them full of proof that they have survived worse. They will survive this too, together. The epilogue opens 1 year after Tucker returned home from the training camp that broke his heart, and the world has shifted in ways neither Sabrina nor Tucker could have predicted on that dark night when he fell apart in their bedroom. The apartment is the same, still small, still cluttered, still smelling like lavender sachets and baby powder and the soup Sabrina's grandmother makes every Sunday. But the people inside it have changed. Sabrina is no longer the terrified girl who believed she had to do everything alone. She has finished her first year of law school with grades that put her near the top of her class, and she has done it while raising a daughter, managing her mental health, and learning to let people help her. She still has hard days, days when the old voice whispers that she is not good enough, but she has learned to answer that voice with evidence, with the small, daily proof that she is surviving and sometimes even thriving. The support group for former foster youth has become a cornerstone of her life, a place where she sits in a circle with other survivors and tells the truth about her past without shame. Maya comes with her most weeks, and Sabrina has watched her friend find housing, enroll in a job training program, and slowly rebuild a life from the ashes of the foster system. The business card that once sat untouched in Sabrina's wallet has become a symbol of something she never expected to have: community. Tucker has not returned to professional hockey, After weeks of soul-searching, after conversations with Sabrina and his mother and his old coaches, he made a choice that surprised everyone, including himself. He enrolled in a graduate program in sports psychology, combining his love of athletics with a new passion for helping young players navigate the mental and emotional challenges of competitive sports. The transition was not easy. There were months of doubt, nights when he woke up from dreams of the ice and stared at the ceiling, wondering if he had made a mistake. But Sabrina watched him find his footing, watched him discover a new kind of purpose, watched him transform from a man who defined himself by his failures into a man who defined himself by his willingness to try again. He still plays hockey, not professionally but recreationally in a weekend league with friends, and he has learned to love the game again without the weight of expectation crushing him. He has also become the primary caregiver for Clara while Sabrina is in class, a role he embraces with the same quiet dedication he brought to everything else. Their daughter adores him, reaches for him with chubby arms and calls him Dada, in a voice that makes both of them cry every single time. The epilogue is set on a warm Saturday afternoon in late spring, and the occasion is Clara's first birthday. The apartment is filled with people, more people than Sabrina ever imagined would want to celebrate anything with her. Garrett and Hannah are there. Garrett already teasing Tucker about being a stay-at-home dad. Hannah helping Sabrina's grandmother in the kitchen. Logan and Grace have driven in from out of town, Logan holding their own new baby with a nervousness that makes everyone laugh. Dean and Allie are there too, Dean and Sabrina finally having called a tentative truce, their shared history of animosity replaced by a grudging respect and the common ground of loving two people who love each other. Even Fitzy has come, the quiet roommate who has always hovered at the edges of the stories, and Sabrina catches him looking at Summer, Dean's sister, in a way that suggests another book might be waiting to be written. The apartment that once felt too small for 4 people now holds a dozen, and the noise is deafening. Babies crying and adults laughing, and someone's phone playing music in the background. Sabrina stands in the corner of the living room, a cup of punch in her hand, and watches the chaos with a sense of wonder she cannot quite put into words. Clara is the center of attention, of course, dressed in a pink party dress with a matching bow that she has already tried to pull off 3 times. She has Tucker's red hair and Sabrina's stubborn chin, and she smiles at everyone with an open, trusting joy that still surprises her mother. Sabrina spent so much of her pregnancy terrified that she would not know how to love this child, that the darkness would swallow her whole and leave Clara motherless in every way that mattered. But here she is, 1 year later, her daughter smashing a small cake with both hands and shrieking with delight. And the love is so overwhelming that she has to look away for a moment to catch her breath. Tucker appears at her side, his hand finding the small of her back, the gesture so familiar now that she does not even have to think about leaning into it. He asks if she is okay, and she tells him that she is more than okay, that she is happy, that she did not know she was allowed to be this happy. Tucker kisses her temple and tells her that she deserves every bit of it, and for once, she does not argue. The party winds down as the afternoon turns to evening, guests trickling out with promises to do this again soon, and leftovers packed into containers. Sabrina's grandmother insists everyone take. By the time the last person leaves, the apartment is a disaster zone, streamers on the floor and cake on the walls, and the lingering smell of birthday candles in the air. Sabrina's grandmother has taken Clara to give her a bath, and Tucker is loading the dishwasher, and Sabrina finds herself standing in the middle of the living room, surrounded by the wreckage of a party she never thought she would have, feeling something she cannot name. It is not joy, exactly, or not only joy. It is something quieter, deeper, the feeling of a life that has been built piece by piece, brick by brick, by two people who had every reason to give up and did not. The final scene of the epilogue takes place late that night, after Clara is asleep and her grandmother has retired to her room, after the apartment is finally quiet and the dishes are finally done. Sabrina and Tucker sit on the couch, the same couch where so many of their important conversations have happened, the same couch where she once told him she did not need anyone, and he proved her wrong. The television is off, the lights are low. Sabrina has her head on Tucker's shoulder, and he has his arm around her, and they are not talking, because they do not need to. The silence is comfortable now, a far cry from the tense, charged silences of their early days. Tucker speaks first, his voice low and thoughtful, and he tells her that he has been thinking about goals. Not the kind you score on ice, he says, but the kind you make for yourself, the kind that give your life direction. He tells her that his goal used to be the NHL, and when that fell apart, he thought he had nothing left. But he has learned that goals can change, that new ones can grow in the space where old ones died. His goal now, he tells her, is this couch, this apartment, this woman beside him and this baby sleeping down the hall, this messy, imperfect, beautiful life. Sabrina lifts her head and looks at him, at the man who refused to let her push him away, who showed up every single day even when she was at her worst, who held her when she cried and made her laugh when she forgot how. She thinks about her own goals, the ones she wrote on a piece of paper when she was 15 and terrified and desperate to escape. Law school, a good job, financial security, safety. She has achieved some of those goals and is still working toward others. But she has also achieved goals she never thought to write down. Love, trust, the ability to ask for help, a family that chooses each other every single day. She tells Tucker that her goal used to be survival, and now it is something else. Now it is presence. Now it is showing up, not because she has to, but because she wants to. Now it is loving Clara with both arms open, even though it terrifies her. Now it is loving him, even though loving him means she has something to lose. Tucker kisses her then, soft and slow. The kind of kiss that does not ask for anything and gives everything. When they pull apart, he is smiling. That slow, warm smile that first made her heart skip all those months ago. He tells her that he has one more goal, something he has been meaning to ask for a while, but kept waiting for the right moment. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small velvet box, and Sabrina's breath catches in her throat. He opens the box to reveal a simple diamond ring, not huge or ostentatious, but perfect. The kind of ring she might have picked for herself if she had ever let herself dream about such things. He tells her that he loves her, that he has loved her since the night she told him she did not need anyone, and he saw right through her. He tells her that he wants to spend the rest of his life proving that she can depend on him, that she can let go, that she can trust. He asks her to marry him, not because she needs him, but because she wants him. There is a difference, and it is the most important difference in the world. Sabrina stares at the ring, then at Tucker, then back at the ring. The old voice whispers that she should say no, that marriage is a trap, that people leave, that she has spent her whole life building walls for a reason. But the old voice is quieter now, drowned out by the sound of her daughter's breathing and her grandmother's snores and her own heartbeat, steady and sure. She looks at Tucker, at the hope in his eyes, the vulnerability, the love that has never wavered, even when she tried her hardest to make it waver. And she says yes. The word comes out soft and certain, and Tucker's face transforms, the worry melting into joy, the hope becoming something real. He slides the ring onto her finger, and it fits perfectly, as if it was always meant to be there. They kiss again, and the kiss is a promise, not of a perfect future, but of a future they will face together, whatever it brings. The epilogue closes with a final paragraph, a last glimpse into Sabrina's heart. She thinks about the girl she used to be, the one who believed that love was a weakness and independence was the only safety. She thinks about how wrong she was, about how much she missed by keeping everyone at arm's length, about the years she spent alone when she did not have to be. She looks down at the ring on her finger, at Tucker's hand wrapped around hers, at the closed door of Clara's nursery, at the soft light coming from her grandmother's room. And she thinks about goals, the ones she achieved and the ones she is still reaching for. The ultimate goal, she realizes, was never law school or financial security or any of the things she wrote on that piece of paper when she was 15. The ultimate goal was this family, this love, this life, built from nothing, held together by two people who refused to give up on each other. She whispers the words to herself, a private prayer of gratitude. Love is the ultimate goal. It is not the one I strived for, but I was lucky enough, so damn lucky, to achieve it. The epilogue ends with Sabrina and Tucker on the couch, the apartment quiet around them, the ring glowing on her finger, the future stretching out before them like an open road. They do not know what is coming. They know only that they will face it together. And for two people who started as a one-night stand, who never should have worked, who fought against their own happiness every step of the way, that is more than enough. That is everything. The final page turns, the story ends. But the reader knows, with the certainty of a heart that has been on this journey from the beginning, that Sabrina and Tucker are just getting started. Their goal has been achieved, but their game is far from over.